decision. And also, real-time public comment can be addressed to the zoning board using the Zoom virtual meeting software for remote access. In order to log on to Zoom, you can go to www.falmouthmass.us/ZBA. From there, there is a link to start the Zoom app. We do ask you to eventually, if you do provide public comment, to provide your full name and address for the record, and I'll repeat that later on. I'll introduce the board at this time. My name is TJ Hurry. I'm the chair of the board. With us tonight is also Ken Foreman, who is the vice chairman, Ed Van Kuren, who is a full voting member, Bob Dugan, who is the clerk of the board, Mary Berry, who is an associate member, Scott Zelinski, who is a full voting member. And do we have, let's see.
Mr. Morse?
Do we have him?
Yep.
Oh, there he is.
I'm here.
There you go, James. We do have James Morris, who is an associate member as well. Noreen Stockman, the zoning administrator, and I believe Lee DeMello is the recording secretary for the night. And Thomas Cox from Falmouth IT, and we also have our friends at FCTV providing access to via the TV tonight. The Zoning Board of Appeals is charged with applying the zoning bylaws for the town, and we consider requests for special permits, variances, and appeals as provided in the bylaws, which have been approved by town meeting and the Attorney General's Office for the Commonwealth. All decisions that the board makes are made through the public hearing process. The board's goal is to hear testimony from the applicants and from the public, and also to allow a full and fair discussion of the project prior to rendering a decision. To begin each hearing, the clerk will read the public announcement of the hearing and then present any pertinent information from the file, such as referrals from town departments and summarizing correspondences from the board. The applicant or the applicant's representative will then have 15 minutes to make a presentation, and time may be extended by vote of the board. The board will then question the applicant, and the public will be invited to comment as well. And again, public comment is allowed via the Zoom virtual software. It is accessible at falmouthmass.us/ZBA. When the appropriate time comes in the night during the hearing, we will accept public comment, and you can provide your full name and address for the record. We will read it into the record, and we will hopefully get an answer to your question, or if it's just a concern, that's fine as well. We do ask you to please refrain from using any personal or derogatory statements. And like I said, it can be an opinion in favor or in opposition, or it just might be a question about the nature of the project. The board will then either close or continue the hearing. When the board is satisfied that enough information has been presented by testimony and in the file to make a decision by motion and vote of the board, the hearing will be closed. In the alternative, we may continue the hearing to a future date and time certain. After the hearing is closed, no more testimony may be taken. And as for board discussion and decision, the board may then further discuss the project among ourselves and make a motion to deny or approve would be made and voted upon. The motion will include a summary of key findings and conditions. An affirmative vote of 4 members, which is a supermajority, is required for approvals of motions on special permits, variances, and appeals. A split vote, such as a 3-2 vote, is a failure to carry and would result in denial of the project. Under Massachusetts general law, if a special permit is denied, the applicant cannot return to the board for 2 years unless the project is substantially different. Turning to the agenda for the night, we do have public comment, followed by 1 continuation, 4 new public hearings, and we do have a number of items on our open meeting list. So first up is public comment. This public comment is meant for anything that is not on the agenda tonight. And again, any public comment regarding the individual applications will be brought up at the appropriate time. So for now, if anyone out there has any sort of public comment for something that is not on the agenda tonight, go ahead, use the webinar chat feature. Please put in your full name and address, and we will announce it if anything comes in. not seeing anything right now, but if anything pops up, I will just take a break in the action and make that announcement if anything comes in at all. Up first, we do have one continuation. It's application 41-20 Fanning Trustees, 33 Chester Street in North Falmouth. And the voting members on this are myself, Ken Foreman, Bob Dugan, Ed Van Kuren, and Scott Zelinski. And before we turn it over to Attorney Ahmed, there were a number of submittals sent to the board via email in plans as well that were sent this morning and yesterday. And that does fall short of our timeline. We do request that anything sent to the board is sent in one week, 7 days before the hearing. So I just want to poll the board at this time. Has everyone had a chance to review everything that was submitted within this morning and yesterday? And Ed, I see that Ed's trying to talk, but he's muted.
I did.
Yeah, I didn't. I got tied up. I was tied up all day and I didn't have a chance to look at it.
Okay. Bob?
Yeah, I have not had time to look it all over.
Scott, how about yourself?
There's always time to look at more, but I looked at it briefly, but I concur with, within the realm of what we require.
Okay. Okay, Attorney Ahmed?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is the case heard 2 weeks ago. It's a raise and rebuild case to tear down an old house in North Falmouth. And the house presently has coverage of 31.2%. In the proposed reconstruction, the design was praised by the Historical Commission as admirable, of appropriate scale and features. Every single abutter to an abutter, and owner directly across the street were among the approximately 16 or 17 neighbor letters in support of the project. And the non-conforming setback on the side of the house, the right side facing from Chester Street, that nonconformance has been reduced. The building height is proposed to be lower. There's no increase in number of bedrooms. It's the same use that has existed for over 90 years. We proposed a very slight increase in lot coverage, 43 square feet, less than 1%. While I'm sure the board could find that to be not substantially more detrimental, and I submitted case law concerning the issue to support that. The Fannings, who are very anxious to get your approval without delay, revised the plan so that there would be no increase in the lot coverage. In fact, to show a very slight decrease, they shortened the length of the house and the depth of the porch in order to avoid any increase in that nonconformance. There were some questions raised about the septic system, and other than to receive the information about the intensification of a nonconformity, which is no longer an issue, I believe that was the only reason for the continuance. Mr. Zelinski and others had some questions about the septic system design. So in the 2 weeks since the hearing, we have revised the plan a couple of times, not revising the septic system and not revising the design of the house other than the reduction in the size of it, but only with regard to the foundation. And we've worked with with Scott McGann, and he has advised the board that the plan works. He seems satisfied with the plan, and it simply involved having the wall closest to one of the leaching areas broken up and replaced by, in part, by piers. And to avoid having cars travel over the other leaching area, we propose to install a 6 by 6 inch timber curbing. Now that leaching area along Oliver Street is not a new condition. The septic system was upgraded around 10 years ago. So by putting that barrier between the street and the septic system, that's actually an improvement to the existing conditions. The standard to be applied in this case is whether the proposed reconstruction is or is not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood. And as I said, you no longer have an issue of whether you might permit an intensification of a nonconformance. We've eliminated that issue for you. There are no new nonconformities. The use isn't changing. It's an excellent proposal with unanimous neighbor support. I would ask that you vote to grant the special permit tonight. The only question that those plans that have been submitted, and they've been changed a couple times in response to continuing comments by the health agent, who has been terrific, I must say, and responsive and helpful to us to have to work out a plan that he's satisfied with. That has to do with a septic system for which a permit is required. The only alteration being made to the septic system is to turn the septic tank 90 degrees to allow for the proposed house. And in doing so, we need an alteration permit. We need a permit from the Board of Health to alter the septic system. So although Mr. McGann has already reviewed the plans, he has to receive a permit application and he'll have a chance to look at them again. And I would ask respectfully and somewhat urgently that the board not continue this further, but make a decision, make an approval that can include a condition that requires that the applicant obtain a permit from the Board of Health, and that a copy of that permit be submitted for the record of the board. I appreciate that with a 2-week extension and needing to revise the plans, and we revised them more than once, and received a comment from Mr. McGann only sent at 4:26 Tuesday afternoon. We got those revised yesterday afternoon and submitted them to Scott McGann, who this morning has sent a note, which the board received, that said that these plans work. That's what you need to hear. The details, I don't think you really do need to hear to make a determination that this project is not substantially more detrimental than the existing house, and to allow this to move forward. Kieran Healy of the BSC group, which did the engineering, is available to participate if there are questions. But again, I think you should rely on the Board of Health. And also Tom Fanning, the applicant, who is a developer and knowledgeable on these issues, is also able to participate. You could decide that you're not going to act because you've received plans recently with more than a week, less than a week I hope you won't do that in this case. Those plans simply show a very, very small reduction in the size of the house. And they clarify the foundation so that they're acceptable to the health department. That's it. You don't need to continue this case to make a fair and just decision. So we'll try to answer your questions.
Thank you, Attorney Comment. And again, if anyone out there has any questions, comments, concerns regarding this project, you can type it into the webinar chat using your full name and address, and we will get to it shortly. Board questions? Let's see. Ed, do you want to start us off?
I don't have any questions. I haven't had a chance to look at it.
Okay. Bob?
I haven't had a chance either, but I'm just pulling up the email from 4/26. So could Mr. Ament or anyone on the engineering give a reply to the comments in the 4/26 email?
Yes,
From Mr. McGann.
we've responded promptly. But first, can I ask if you could elevate Tom Fanning so that he can participate? He's sent that in the chat. And if Kieran Healy is available, he is the engineer, the surveyor, add him as well if you can. Hi, Kieran. Every correspondence from the health agent has been promptly responded to with copies to the zoning administrator. So you would have all of those responses.
So the one that I'm looking at from 4/26, which just appears to be the last in the chain, was from Scott McGann. And it says, looked at the plan of record closely today. Oh, actually, no, this was from, I'm sorry, I'm reading them in reverse. This is from Tuesday.
Sure, if you look at this morning's, it's where he says the plan is okay.
Yeah, that's all I have for now, because I have to look this over.
Thank you, Bob. Mary, anything?
I have no questions.
Thank you. James?
No questions.
Scott?
Sure. I don't know who wants to answer this question, but was there the 10-year-old septic plan submitted with this application? The existing plan for the system that's in the ground, is there a plan for that anywhere?
If I could answer that, there is no record plan on file at the town, but there is a as-built of what was put in and a list of the items that were put in the ground, a 1,500-gallon tank, a D-box, and 13 high-capacity infiltrator chambers.
So was there any cut sheet that shows if there's 6 inches of stone on top, 4 foot out from the side, 6 inches on top, that encompasses the top of those flow diffusers that make the sidewall of that H20 in order for this 6x6 to go on top of, without seeing it or knowing exactly what's in the ground?
Well, this
I can only speak to this. Some of you may know, some of you may not. I've been putting septic systems in on Cape Cod for 35 years. So yes, I do. My attention gets drawn to situations like this. And without an area of expansion for, I have grave concerns that we don't know what's in the ground. You can't provide a plan to show us a cut of what's in the ground. So how do we even know that it will support that? Now, this wasn't an issue at the last meeting because no one had suggested that they put a parking area in. All right, so my questions at the last meeting were satisfied by the reduction in that wall and sideline and not needing a variance. But because you guys added this parking space that if you look at it from above, that 6x6 is a foot away from the top edge of that flow diffuser. And if there is not 6 inches above that encompassing the whole top of that, there's no H20 loading. Would you agree?
I would agree, and we're deliberately not parking on top of the plastic chamber. The plastic chamber, as you know, is a curve, and the center is the highest point. As it decreases to the outside edges, it curves downward. These particular high capacity infiltrator units are generally designed without any stone. They're the stoneless systems. So we're presuming that this is a sand system.
That's debatable in Massachusetts to be, Falmouth doesn't even, they're one of the only towns that recognize a sand system as being an H20 loading for those Cultex anyway.
Right, well, we're going under the assumption that this is not H20 loading. We are deliberately staying off the plastic, and we're putting in the wooden 6x6 timber to keep us 1.5 feet away from the edge of the plastic.
And Mr. Zelinski, as you know, as you've made allusion to, we're not required to have parking because it's no change in use from what was there in 1979.
Simon, I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about safety.
I understand, and therefore
Your parking, your layout for that septic system now, the parking is directly over the SAS. You can't determine that only part of the SAS is H20.
So
It is either it is or it is.
So make a condition.
I'm not going to make a condition. I apologize, and I don't mean to sound argumentative, but you can't have it both ways. Until we know that that's H20 loading, sorry, I can't agree with the plan the way it's designed. I'm just letting you know ahead of time.
If we move the barrier towards the street a foot or 2 feet, there is still room for the parallel parking. And there can be a condition that requires that the leaching field and the components be exposed so you know exactly where they are, and as a condition that we have to be at least 2 feet away from them, or
2 feet away from the stone. The edges, the soil absorption system is the outside corners of the entire system.
I hear what you're saying. I do note that Mr. McGann has said that being on the stone is okay, but I respect your decades of experience, and you make a condition that the parking barrier be 2 feet away from the stone.
So how wide is the parking barrier now?
Well, the parking barriers, it's a 6x6.
No. How much room does that give you to the road, to the town layout, to the edge of the road?
Well, presently we have 9 feet. We don't need 9 feet for parallel parking, but we also have another 10 or more feet to the pavement itself, and we have no parking requirement here. So we don't have to have the parking conform to any particular width.
Okay.
We don't have to have 9 by 20 foot spaces. We have plenty of length for 2 parking spaces along the street. And I guess I should point out again that this is a pre-existing condition. It is not being made more detrimental. What we're proposing can only improve the situation.
By parking on the septic system improves it?
If I could, Scott.
The issue I'm talking about right now is the fact that the way your plan came in shows the vehicle on top. Your 6x6 is on the layout on top of the septic system, or a part of it.
Well, the 6x6 may touch it. The parking is barely, if at all. The health agent said that it would be okay, that was okay. In writing, he has opined that the plan works. And I'm suggesting we would make changes, but I think it can be conditioned. And when I say it's an improvement, That septic system is where it is now, has been for many years, has been being parked on, and we're not increasing the number of bedrooms. So when I say there's an improvement, we're going to put a barrier that will protect that leaching area better than it's not protected at all now. And by the way, apparently hasn't been a problem, but you can approve this in a way that requires us to expose the stone and place the barrier outside the stone. And it can be observed by the health agent. You can do this. This is a detail which the health agent is satisfied with, but you can condition it to address your concern.
So I just have a quick question on that, on what you just said. So you just said that the septic system that's currently installed has been parked on for years. So how do you know there hasn't been damage to the current system?
I'm going to let Tom Fanning speak to that.
I mean, we have successfully parked perpendicular to the long axis of the system since it's been installed. There's no depressions, there's no sign of depressions, there's no cave-in. The system has worked successfully for 11 years. We're trying to be respectful of the health commission, the Board of Health staff and their request not to park on it going forward. And so we have installed those barriers to be respectful of the advice we got and to come into conformance. But it has not historically been a problem. We have parked perpendicular to that. We're willing to forego that as a means of satisfying the concerns expressed by that gentleman.
So where you're going with a raise and reconstruct versus just a regular renovation, why wouldn't you just upgrade the system now since you're upgrading everything else with the house? And then go with an H20 tank, and then you don't have to worry about the parking issue. And then there's no worries about, is something wrong with the current septic system, or is it functioning? I mean, when I went to the property, and I'm not saying it isn't functioning, but the vent pipe was sealed off in a garbage bag, which isn't proper for the venting on those systems. So, you know, when I usually see something like that on a site, I start worried about what is the condition of the actual system that's there. And it just seems to make sense if you're doing so much with the construction, bringing everything up to code. Why wouldn't you just go with an updated system with an H20 tank? Then you don't have the parking issue. And the current system has been in there for a long time anyways. Eventually, that's going to have to be replaced, and you don't have to worry about it.
The current system is 11 years old. And the concept right now is to try and reuse something that we invested a significant amount of money in 11 years ago.
I also think that correct me if I'm wrong, Kieran, but the tank itself, well, that's H20, but that's going to be relocated, that is rotated. So that I believe will be H20, but that's not where we're talking about parking anyway.
Why was the current septic system vent pipe sealed off?
I don't know, to be honest with you. That's something my father-in-law did. I don't have any visibility into that, to be honest with you. I'm not sure.
Scott, do you have any other questions?
I'm good, thanks.
All right, Ken?
Just want to be sure I understand the site plan. So there's a dash line on the edge of the property line. I guess that's the northwest edge, essentially, that delineates the grassed parking area. That's what we're talking about, right? And this dash line represents, would you put the 6x6 timbers all the way around that perimeter?
Correct. That is the solid line is the 6x6 timber. The dashed line on the street side of that is the edge of the overdig around the system. The plastic units themselves are the 9 rectangular section that is on the house side of the 6x6 retaining wall. There is no parking on top of the plastic units. The plastic units are completely outside of that area. The parking would only be on the sand or stone, depending on how it was installed.
Right. I'm trying to determine, going 6x6 timbers around the entire parking area.
Yes, if you notice, if you look up to where it says lot 5, you will see an angular section up there.
Yeah.
And it comes through lot 5, and then it runs parallel to the street line all the way down to almost to Chester Street, and then it angles back out towards Chester Street. But the entire septic system would be blocked, if you will, from somebody parking on it.
Okay. That's it for me.
Thank you, Ken. Any other questions from the board?
Can I ask Mr. Healy one more?
Sure, go ahead, Scott.
Mr. Healy, is it typical on your plans or plans that you've seen that unless otherwise noted on the plan, any H10 systems, any vehicle traffic should remain 10 feet away? Unless it's known that it's H20 for vehicle loading? Has that been your experience, sir?
We have not designed in that manner. We have seen that many times, and we try and keep septic systems away from parking areas in general. We try not to park on them, but I haven't reached out and designed or had my engineers design parking to be a minimum of 10 feet away from leaching areas.
But you'll agree that's a general practice in regards to that, right? 10 feet away if it's not H20?
Yes, unless you put in a barrier to stop people from driving on top of it.
Yeah. But
And that's what we're trying to achieve, yeah.
okay, thank
Yeah.
you. I appreciate it.
I think it's also worth knowing, but that requirement on this small lot has the effect of, means you have no parking. This is a lot that is less than 4,900 square feet. In an idealized world, we would be nowhere near the parking field. I absolutely agree with your comment, Scott. But we're sort of playing the cards we've been dealt with this tiny lot and trying to be respectful of the guidance we got from the Board of Health. To shift that barrier further west would essentially make the lot unusable.
Unless you put a row of H20 flow diffusers in there and redesign that, and you could park all over that lawn if you wanted to, if that's what you were worried about, right? It's a monetary thing, not an area thing. Is that what determined the decision, monetary over convenience?
No, I have no concerns about the current plan. It provides parking as prescribed by the Board of Health. It's 11 years old. We spent a tremendous amount of money investing in that. I don't see the need to replace an 11-year-old system. I most certainly, when this system is fatigued and tired out, I absolutely agree with what you said. I would replace it with a different system. There is no doubt.
For what reason, sir?
To prevent this problem that we're all discussing.
So you agree with me that there's a problem?
No, I don't agree there's a problem. I agree in the future. I agree that we have responded in kind to the comments raised by the Board of Health. I think in the future, if I replace this system, and if you would like to condition that the future replacement of this system is more of a heavy duty system, I'd be happy to accept that as a condition.
Understand. And I hope you understand, sir, that if there was any other room on there for expansion or any other way to do this, I wouldn't be on this as hard as I am. But everybody in the room has to agree that this is pushing the limits of what Scott McGann said.
But Scott, how does this in any way become more detrimental than the existing condition with the same number of bedrooms?
Before it was, when this house was first put in, your overall lot coverage was encompassed by the wraparound porch, which gave it the appearance of the outside footprint. Then you increased the size of the house with square footage of living area that wasn't the porch. So that became your 31.5%. And that's, prior to that, your septic system wasn't out of conformance because it was 20 feet away. So my suspicions were raised when that came up, and you guys addressed that. I'm sitting here looking at a part of that septic system, no matter how much of it is inside your proposed parking area. I can't unsee that, Bob. So it's not, it is more detrimental. Concern.
Then require that we move that line so it's outside the leaching field as determined on the ground. Just put that in as a condition. We'll live with it. It reduces this parking area, but we still have enough to have some parking, which we're under zoning not required to have, but we all know that there should be parking there.
Yeah, I'm happy to find the edge of that system when we're building and make sure the barrier is well sheet left of it. It's not a problem at all.
I'd be happy too if you defined where the middle of the septic system is, because in testimony, written testimony, or with part of the email chain or the today, I think that was even recommended, that it's not absolutely sure where the center line of that is. It's not there. Is that true?
I believe that I'm quite sure that what Scott McGann said in that recommendation was to find the edge of the stone.
I'm quite sure it said he wanted to know where the plastic was, where the crown of the plastic infiltrators were.
Correct.
Here, so we'll check.
And for the reason you wanted to know where the plastic was is because the plastic is something that can crush.
Listen, I understand how it works, sir. I really do.
And I'm not saying that man has got
the stone over it, and a biofield, some kind of fabric that holds that. That's what makes that hold together. I understand how it works, and I'm not trying to be facetious. I'd like to move this along.
So why not require that we find the infiltrators, Scott, or find the plastic, which is what he said.
I would really love to see the four corners of the stone and the center line of the infiltrators before I made a decision, Bob. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm good.
Thank you, Scott. Any other follow-up questions from the board at this time?
Aye.
Whose screen is this? Attorney Ahmed?
Say again?
Oh, if we're done with, or does anyone? Oh, thank you. I was going to say it's tough to facilitate.
Actually, can I just ask
Talking
a couple other questions?
Go ahead, Ken.
So, am I remembering correctly that the overall structure is going to be reduced in height in the rebuild?
Yes, by 1.5 feet.
Correct.
And you're improving the setback on the, what is, I guess, the southeast side of the line.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And at this point in time, your lot coverage in terms of structures is remaining identical, or actually slightly, minimusly smaller.
That's correct.
So my feeling is that we've heard from the Board of Health, or not the Board of Health, but the health agent, that the siting of the parking is okay, even though it's not H20. We're not the competent board to determine the suitability of that in terms of the septic. So I think we really should take his determination on that, and I just don't see how this project is detrimental. You're actually improving in terms of the zoning regulations, the setback. You're making the bulk of the building less. That you've gotten support from the abutters and from historic. You know, I think we should move forward with it.
I agree.
All right. And Scott, I think I know how you feel about it. Bob, how do you feel?
All right, so I'm reading what Scott McGann said is that the parking could be okay if you physically find the infiltrators because they can't rely on the as-built. So my concern with this again is there's been a lot of words thrown out tonight. It probably is located there. It could be in this location. You know, we're not sure. It should be easy enough to find that, and I would be much more pushed to vote for this if that was found in advance. We know it was, or this had an H20 system, and then our worries just disappear and go away. You know, I didn't have time to look over everything tonight again because of late submittal, but just going over the few things here, it doesn't say it's fine. It says it may be if, and there's a lot of ifs here. The applicant has even said tonight that he doesn't know what happened even with the vent pipe. Again, this system hasn't been tested. It's, you know, it's not being done through a sale. They're not testing it for use. So we don't know what the current function is of the system that's currently in the ground. There's never been an inspection. And I have the same concerns of Scott. I would want to know in advance and see on the plan where the infiltrators are located, or a revision that shows they're just doing a different system that has H20 tanks, and then we don't have to worry about any parking.
Karen, I shared with you detailed dimensions from the installer, correct?
That is correct. My dimensions the location of the plan, the location of the septic system on the plan is based on the swing ties that were provided that are on file at the town for the location of this system.
But there was no plan in the file.
Well, there was no plan to file, but the plan, as you know yourself, the plan that's in the file would be a design plan.
Exactly, and that's what I had asked for, Karen.
But what's much more important is what's much more important is the as-built plan for its physical location, the as-built swing ties, and that's what we based our plan location on. Is the swing ties were provided by the installer.
And
Karen, my swing point to this is, I would feel a lot more comfortable if I knew how it was designed, knowing how close vehicles were going to come to it. If I knew that it was designed correctly, then I would have no problem with Scott's determination. But Scott doesn't know how it was designed, and you just have a one-dimensional as-built on it. Then how do you know how it was built? I know how you said they told you it was built, but how do you know?
But Scott and I are both going on the assumption that the plastic units are not H20 loading.
And we wouldn't even have a problem, but by sheer virtue of the fact that nobody knows, wouldn't it be prudent to find out before we make a decision?
The only way you can get a HC unit to be H20 loaded is if you have a depth of more than 24 inches, coverage of more than 24 inches on the system. On a plastic unit, it's the only way it's strong enough to take H20 loading.
Do we know?
There isn't 24 inches of cover on that lower section.
So it's not H20 loaded?
Correct. And as I say, Scott McGann and I are both going forward with the assumption that it is not H20 loaded. The plastic portion, on the edge, you either have stone or sand. And as you know,
we don't know.
But either one is H20 loading. You're not going to crush sand. You're not going to crush stone. And that's what we're talking about, the edge of the system. We're not talking about the plastic units. We're talking about the edge, which is either stone or sand.
So inside of that box, to repeat and to appear to be argumentative again, inside those 4 points on that septic field, how do you determine what is H20 and what isn't? It's either H20 system or it's not. Right?
The plastic units are not, we're assuming, are not H20 because they would not have the depth. Sand, whether it's in a H10 system or a H20 system, is the same density. Stone in a H10 system or a H20 system has the same density. So it's not, when you talk about a H20 system or a H10 system, we're talking about the unit in the middle. We're not talking about the edges. And in this case, what we're parking on is the edge. We're not parking on the plastic unit.
With less than 2 foot of cover right on the edge.
We're keeping ourselves 1.5 feet, 2 feet away with the 6-inch.
Okay. We can do this all night. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, for taking so much time on this. I'm good.
Oh, it's no issue at all, Scott. Thank you. And where I stand on it, I agree with Bob and Scott. I mean, in an ideal world, I'd rather see an H20 system, given all the testimony, both what we heard tonight and in the emails.
Mr. Chairman, would you allow me a moment to ask my engineer a question, please, sir?
Go ahead, Mr. Fanning.
Kieran, can we affect an new H20 system, or can we not get the depth of coverage required to achieve it?
We cannot get it with plastic. We would have to use a concrete style chamber system. And those take up more space than what we have there right now. So we need additional variances from the Board of Health to put in a concrete chamber system. A H20 system.
Scott, could I ask you a question, please?
Me?
Yeah, what's the new
No.
what's the new precast H20 system worth roughly? Just roughly. It sounds like you're in that business. I am not.
I'm not in that business, but I was for a long time.
Talking 10 grand, 8
I'm
grand.
glad you asked that and made that point because I've seen these things go bad. I've seen with just grass and with not enough cover, I've seen people go right through the top of these if they're not constructed right 10 years ago. Karen's right, in my opinion. H20 chambers are probably around $500 a piece.
Okay. Mr.
All
Chair,
right, they go in almost the same length. They still have 4 feet around and 4 feet on the ends. And then you have no trouble if you put 4 foot of stone, 6 inches of stone on top of it in geofabric and backfill over it. And then you could run a tractor trailer over it, a fire truck, anything.
Scott, I can't speak for Tom Fanning on this, but if you were to condition an approval tonight
I'm not going to vote for a condition.
on an H20 system being installed.
that's where I'm at, Bob. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll be honest. I find I'm confused. You instructed me to go coordinate, my team to go coordinate with the Board of Health. We did that. He said it's okay. People still aren't satisfied, but for the opportunity to get a conditioned vote with the replacement of an H20 system, I would agree to be bound by that as a condition if we could move through this, please.
I would agree to that, Mr. Chairman.
You would, Scott? And
Absolutely.
All right.
And
And
it would show good faith on the applicant's part, and I would appreciate that.
no, it absolutely would. And Mr. Fanning, thank you for making that representation.
And I assume that would apply to the leaching area 1, but it wouldn't apply to leaching area 2, which is behind the house. And
Absolutely not, because you're not worried about vehicles going behind.
I just wanted to clarify that, Scott.
I'm good with that.
All right. And Mr. Fanning, again, I just want to say thank you for making that offer. I know that Attorney Ament represented that you were under a bit of a time crunch here, but with everything going on, it's atypical for a project to be revised so many times and so quickly, I might add, during the public hearing process. And obviously, with those revisions that were made, there were new issues that came up, obviously, with the septic system. And just looking at the webinar chat, I don't see any public comment on this. Is the board satisfied with everything that we've heard?
I am.
Yes.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
Would anyone like to make a motion?
Motion to
I'll
close.
move that we close.
All right,
second it.
motion to close by Bob, and I'll give Ken the second. We'll do a roll call vote. Ed,
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
Scott,
Scott Zelinski, aye.
Ken,
Ken Forman, aye.
Bob,
Robert Dugan, aye.
and TJ Hurry, aye. So the hearing is closed. No more testimony. Would anyone like to make another motion?
I would be happy to make a positive motion that this project be approved.
All right,
With conditions,
With-
I'll second it.
all right. So the
Yep,
motion.
well,
to
there'll be
approve with
findings and
condition-
conditions.
Yep.
So first of all, findings, I think, let's see, we're improving the side yard setback on the south east side to 9.5 feet, I think. Is that correct? Lot coverage is remaining by structures is slightly reduced. The height of the structure is reduced by 1.5 feet.
Septic
The
system has been upgraded.
The applicant has agreed to install H20 on the infiltration bed on the, or SAS system on the north west side of the property as necessary so that.
By parking.
Yep, they've agreed to provide parking, designated parking, which will be delineated by 6 by 6 inch timbers as shown on the plan. And okay, those are my findings. If someone else wants to add, Scott.
So the,
H20 loading, is there a reason for the timbers?
Just gonna ask.
No,
No, because that
No,
would
okay.
eliminate.
you can
So
park,
they
you can
take
park
those
right
out?
up to the house.
That's fine.
so put in 240-3, 240-216, and make a notation that the property was being used as a 5-bedroom and is now being used as a 4.
Right, I think that's important too. And so fundamentally, the finding is that these changes are no more detrimental. In fact, probably less so than the existing use and structure.
You should probably make a finding that the project is support by the abutters.
Yeah. And the historic commission, right? Okay,
me
and
just
then the conditions, I guess.
let me just check really quick on any of our referrals to see if we have to add any. So when you do the conditions, just make sure that you add the condition from engineering regarding stormwater infiltration measures for the roof area. Also adding section 99-1, upon completion of construction, the applicant shall post the address for the residents. The fixing of legible numbers required in time for compliance. Also condition it upon the erosion and sediment controls with the town. And that the plans be revised to include the proposed erosion and sediment controls.
They've been revised.
I think the important condition, Bob, is that
Is
the
the H20.
plans be revised to incorporate H20 elements in the
For the
soil
side
absorption
leaking.
system. Right. And that, given that it's not necessary for them to include the timbers delineating the parking area, but they do need to provide parking for 2 cars, right? That's part of that's one of the conditions we'd like to impose. Otherwise, as per plan.
Also, an erosion and sediment control plan shall be submitted for review prior to the issuance of the building permit. And any references to the Department of Public Works Engineering Division shall be replaced with Zoning Board of Appeals, since they are the permitting authority for the project.
excuse me, Bob, we submitted, information for stormwater and we placed those on the plan. Are you talking about something different? Or are you talking about what we already have on our plan?
Well, they're suggesting we put this clause in here, so if we put it in and you've already met the requirement, there wouldn't be an issue.
There's a difference between the full stormwater controls and what they controls that they said that the planning board could look at and approve. One being that we put in the straw wattle along the southerly side, one being that we put in silt sack into the catch basin. Those are the normal things we do for a residential construction job. That's what we have on our plan. I just want to be, because
Yeah,
know,
so
the-
on their comments, they're saying that where the site slopes down to the street, to protect the town's downstream stormwater system and public rights of ways, they're suggesting that we put in our conditions that the construction of the project shall follow the soil erosion and sediment control standard conditions. An erosion and sediment control plan shall be submitted for review prior to the issuance of a building permit. In references to the Department of Public Works Engineering Division shall be replaced with the Zoning Board of Appeals, who is the permitting authority on the project.
okay,
So
but
I'm just going by what they're asking us to actually put in.
So they're
as
talking
conditions.
about erosion control during construction. They want some
Yeah.
state bales or
Yeah.
something like that.
and it was my understanding reading, that would be submitted to the Board of Appeals, and that has been submitted to the Board of Appeals. So my confusion is that if we've already done it, why are you asking us to do it again?
Let's make it a finding rather than a condition. How about
Yeah, I
that?
think, right.
How about we
about
make
that?
it a finding, we find that they have satisfied the requests in the referral from engineering regarding erosion control. Leave it at,
Right, and
So
I just
Noreen,
want to add that the
you-
hearing is closed. I don't mind a quick question about a comment or a finding or something, but I don't want to get back into deliberating things or else we'd have to reopen.
fair
the
enough,
hearing.
fair enough.
So just a question to the administrator, is that something we already have on file?
So for the erosion and sediment control, I think if they have satisfied what engineering requires, that we obviously don't need to require it further. So it would just be confirmation from engineering that that has satisfied their request.
So we would just put the confirmation in as a condition.
That's
No,
fine.
we put it in as a finding. We find they've done it.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Have they have, I don't see anything in here. That's what I'm asking. Has it been done?
It's on the face of the plan, Bob. If you look where the catch basin is, you'll see a note about protecting it. And if you look along the southerly line along Chester Street, you'll see a straw wattle called out for. And that's the down gradient side, and that's what we're trying to protect. So
Yes,
So
it says
they-
right there.
As long
Proposed
as it's in
straw
here.
wattle.
Yeah, it may just have been that engineering didn't see those particular design portions.
Right, because it has been revised a couple of times.
But
All right,
they're,
so
That was
there's-
on the plan last week.
they're right there.
It's
already
They
there.
were, they were shown
Alright.
last week as well.
So either as shown on the plan or the,
So, you know, we're
Applicants
saying
amenable
as
to
to
it.
construction as per plan.
right,
But if we want to make a specific finding that that referral has been satisfied, I'm happy to include that in the motion.
all right. Anything else? All right, seeing none, or last chance, anything? All right, so that was a motion to approve with conditions. It was made by Ken and seconded by Scott. We'll do a roll call vote. Ed,
Dan Kieran, aye.
Scott,
Scott Zelinski, aye.
Ken,
Ken Forman, aye.
Bob,
Robert Dugan, aye.
and TJ Hurry, aye. Attorney Ammett, Mr. Fanning, and Mr. Healy, thank you for your time tonight.
thank you.
Good, everybody.
you.
Yep. Good night.
Nice.
All right, moving along to our new public hearings, we have application 44-20 Mauer trustee, 631 Quaker Road in North Falmouth.
So application number 44-20, being all persons deemed affected by the Board of Appeals under section 11 of chapter 40A of the Mass General Laws, you are hereby notified that John J. Maurer, trustee of North Falmouth, Mass, has applied to the Zoning Board of Appeals for a special permit pursuant to sections 240-23G of the Code of Falmouth to construct a detached three-car garage on subject property known as 631 Quaker Road, North Falmouth, Mass. For referrals from engineering, one application was reviewed for impacts to public rights of way and public utilities. Quaker Road is a public right of way in this area. No alterations are proposed to the right of way. Any changes within the right of way would require filing a permit with the engineering division. Two, any connections or alterations to public utilities would require permission from the appropriate town department. Three, the project must not direct any stormwater runoff to public property of butters or public rights of way. And four, we recommend that the board add a condition that requires addition of dry wells or other stormwater infiltration measure with a new roof area at a minimum. From Concom, the project appears to be outside of conservation jurisdiction. I would like to note, when reviewing the project, I noticed there appears to have been extensive clearing and/or encroachment onto the adjacent parcel to the north of the project application, which is parcel 0502022004. This is evident from aerial imagery and appears to have occurred sometime between 2016 and 2018. Health Department, no issues with the project. Fire Department has no issue with the project as drawn. Water Department, proposed garage is not an occupied structure, so no comments from the Water Department. And that's it for the referrals.
All right, thank you, Bob. And the voting members on this are the regular voting members. And if anyone has any public comment, you can use the webinar chat using your full name and address. We will get to it shortly. And for the applicant, who do we have?
So we should have John Moore.
Oh, okay. Mr. Moore, are you with us? See the box down below. Mr. Moore, if you're trying to join us, I see that you muted yourself. So you want to maybe unmute yourself and see if we can get your audio going.
Hello.
I'm guessing Mr. Moore.
I'm thinking he called in.
Okay, I have Mr. Moore on the phone. He's having trouble joining.
Sure.
Let's see if I can.
Maybe if Tom Cox could help him out, maybe.
Trying to figure out if there's some way to put my phone on speaker. All right, let's see.
Noreen, is he able to hear us? He just can't speak?
Mr. Moore?
Yes, I can hear
Can,
you.
oh, he can, okay, he can hear us, and I have him on speaker on my phone, but I don't know if that's gonna be sufficient enough.
So
I think I can hear him.
it's up to you. The
All right,
easiest way.
Mr. Moore, do you want to
to
try and say something here? We'll see if we can hear you.
Yeah, I apologize. I can't get to the whole meeting. I could hear. Oh, my seems to lost. I'm going to try to open this up again. I don't know how.
Tom Cox, isn't there an alternative phone number that he could call in on? He's having
Right.
trouble?
Yeah, if he's actually in the meeting right now, Mr. Moore, if you can hear me, if you look on the bottom left of your screen next to the microphone icon for Zoom and you click the arrow, there's a switch to phone audio button. If you just follow the
right, let me-
instructions and dial the
let
number
me,
there, you can get
Let
in.
me see. Shoot. Oh, boy. I was afraid of this. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay. I got the screen back up with, I see all you lovely people. But there's an audio setting. Did I do something there?
So a little bit above that, you should see a switch to phone audio option.
No, I don't see that.
Do you see join by phone audio?
No, I don't see it.
All right, one
There's
moment.
chat, rate, auto setting. Video. A speaker. Any better?
Looks like you're in the actual audio settings. So on the microphone icon on the main screen where you see everybody, there's a little up arrow next to it. You'll want to press that and then switch phone audio.
I don't see a microphone. Meeting information. I was afraid of this.
All right, I'm gonna give you a phone number. If you want to end your call with Noreen, you can call that in and use the meeting number. I'll message you in the chat with it.
All right, I'm gonna hang up and Tom will get you connected.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Tom, for helping us out. In the meantime, can we take anything quick out of order, maybe the minutes or something, just to get them out of the way?
Hello?
So I didn't review the minutes, so that's gonna be. a
Oh,
problem.
I was gonna put them, I was gonna say to postpone them anyway.
All right, so much for that.
Maybe you could do the Ferrera decision for 10 Terry Lou, that's quick.
Right.
All right.
Noreen, should I be doing something else here? Calling somebody?
So was Tom able to get a hold of you?
No, I'm still on the line. Should I hang up?
Okay, so why don't you hang up and I can, or do you have Tom's number?
No, I just saw it. Okay, I'll do that.
Tom just put the number into the webinar chat. So if he wants to call in using that number. In the meantime, does anyone want to make a quick motion if you think we can get this done in time?
Yeah, so why don't I make a motion to put this hearing on pause until we go over the decision for 10 Terry Lou Avenue?
All right, motion was made by Bob. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ken. Roll call vote. Ed?
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
Scott?
Scott Zelinski, aye.
Ken?
And Foreman, aye.
Bob?
Robert Dugan, aye.
I'll do James.
James Morside.
Mary?
Very aye.
And TJ Hurry, aye. So we're taking, reviewing the draft decision with possible vote on 37-20 Ferrera 10 Terry Lou Ave.
Yeah,
Out
so
of order.
what I can do is I can just start reading the findings. Just running it home. So the findings would be subject lot 10 Terry Lou Avenue, East Falmouth, Massachusetts, which is the premises. comprises 11,505 square feet of area in the single residence C zoning district. Said district now requiring a minimum lot size of 40,000 square feet. The premises has 75 feet of frontage on Elizabeth Jean Avenue and 76.02 feet of frontage on Terry Lou Avenue. In a district requiring a minimum frontage of 100 feet, the premises is also located in the Bournes Pond Coastal Pond Overlay District. Finding 1, the premises is non-conforming due to the lot being undersized with insufficient street frontage as well as encroachments of the existing dwelling into the required 25-foot setback from the street at the north, being only 14.2 feet from Elizabeth Jean Avenue, and the required 10-foot setback from a side lot line, being only 8 feet from the easterly side lot line, with patio pavers that exceed the lot line. There is also an 8.2 foot by 7.8 foot shed sited 4.4 feet from Elizabeth Jean Avenue. Accessory structures are not to be located in the front yard, but may receive a special permit if no closer than 50 feet from the street. 2, the addition will be to the northwesterly area of the dwelling and will be 19 feet from the westerly side lot line, which will be conforming, and 22 feet from Elizabeth Jean Avenue, further from the street than the existing dwelling at 14.2 feet, where 25 feet is required. 3, the Board of Health requested that the addition be open to the main portion of the house, as otherwise its current configuration, which is privacy, could be considered as a bedroom. 4, lot coverage by structure is currently 15% and proposed to be 17%. Lot coverage up to 20% is allowed by right. Lot coverage by structures, parking, and paving is currently 35% and proposed to be increased to 37% within the bylaw maximum of 40%. 5, the premises has previous special permits. 1, special permit 81-07 was granted in 2007 to allow a 2-story addition to the pre-existing non-conforming dwelling to add 2 bedrooms, which is 4 total bedrooms. Then special permit 64-08 modified the 2007 decision to allow conversion of previously approved space to a master suite and dwelling limited to 1 kitchen. There was an administrative approval 28-15 was granted to construct a 3-season sunroom addition. And then there was a covenant recorded at the Registry of Deeds on January 13th of 2009, which limited use of the master suite to family members or guests. In addition to the above findings, the board finds that the addition does include consideration as set forth in 240-216 of the Code of Falmouth. The Zoning Board of Appeals weighed the effects of the proposed construction at the premises as discussed herein and found that the beneficial effects of granting this special permit outweigh any negative effects there may be. The board further found that granting of this special permit will be in harmony with proposed and intent of the zoning bylaw, and that the change, extension, or alteration shall not be substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood and will not nullify or substantially derogate from the intent of the purpose of the bylaw. Conditions. Condition number 1, construction shall be substantially shown on the plans. The first floor, second floor plan, hand-drawn, not dated. The board date shows as received June 11, 2020. The proposed first floor, not dated. Proposed left rear elevation sheet A1. Addition design sheet A2. Addition design sheet S1. Prepared for Ferrera Residence, 10 Terry Lou Avenue, Falmouth, Mass. All plans are dated February 28, 2020, as drawn by designs by SPB, Pecasset, Mass. Plans are not stamped or signed. Plot plan dated April 27, 2020, with a final revision date of June 5th, 2020. Prepared for 10 Terry Lou Avenue, East Falmouth, as drawn by Stephen Doyle and Associates. P.O. Box 624, East Falmouth, Mass. Plans are stamped and signed by Stephen J. Doyle, PLS. 2, the applicant shall install a recommended drywall as a stormwater infiltration measure for minimally new roof area. No new stormwater may be directed off the premises. 3, construction vehicles and materials shall be maintained within the premises. 4, the applicant shall remove any patio pavers that exceed the easterly property sideline. Lot coverage by structures will be 17%, and total lot coverage by structures, parking, and paving will be 37%. 5, the 300 square foot addition is modest in size and not visible from Terry Lou Avenue. That should probably be a finding. Number 6, the premises shall remain a single-family dwelling with a single kitchen. Terms and conditions of special permits 81-07 and 64-08 shall remain in full force and effect, except as modified herein. 6, the applicant shall provide access to the assessors prior to the final building department sign-off. 7, under section 17 of chapter 53 of the Acts of 2020, the requirement to record permit decisions with the registry is suspended for so long as the registry is closed or subject to the rules and procedures restricting public in-person access. However, such recording will still be required upon full reopening of the registry, and a copy shall be provided to the Zoning Board of Appeals. The Barnstable County Registry of Deeds continues to accept filings by postal mail during this period, and permit holders are requested to file for recording through this method to the extent possible. 8, any deviation, no matter how minor, from plans submitted and approved by this board shall be submitted to the board for approval prior to implementation of said change. The zoning administrator may make a determination as to whether the changes are minor in nature and can be approved administratively, or whether they will be required a hearing for an amendment. Changes made prior to an approval may be subject to a full hearing and are at risk that the zoning board of appeals may deny the request. And 9, this special permit shall lapse 3 years from the date on which this decision is filed in the town clerk's office if a substantial use of the special permit has not sooner commenced except for good cause as determined by the zoning board of appeals. And that's it. I guess my only question, to the administrator would be item number 5. It's listed under conditions, which states the 300 square foot addition is modest in size and not visible from Terry Lou. I think that should probably be in the findings, and then you just have to renumber.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I missed.
Okay, so in condition number 5,
Yeah,
it
you want
just
that in?
states, yeah, I think that probably should be a finding, and then you could just renumber the conditions.
Okay.
All right. And
I,
I'm on
I
board.
show, my copy shows 2 number 6s. Does yours do that?
Oh, yeah.
Actually, yep, that's
So,
correct.
so the first number 6, which the premises shall remain a single family dwelling with single kitchen, should just simply be changed to number 5.
To number 5.
All right. And I'm on board with that. So the voting members on this are myself, Ken Foreman, Bob Dugan, Ed Van Kuren, and Scott Zelinski. So Bob, do you want to make a motion?
Yeah, so I would make a motion to approve with the revision changes as just discussed.
Very good.
I'll second it.
So motion to approve with the revisions as stated. That was made by Bob and seconded by Ed. Roll call vote. Ed?
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
Scott?
Scott Zelinski, aye.
Ken?
Ken Forman, aye.
Bob?
Robert Dugan, aye.
And TJ Hurry, aye. So that passes unanimously. So that's taken care of. And now that we have
Thank you.
Mr. Marr back on the line, we can go back to application 44-20 Mauer, trustee, 631 Quaker Road in North Falmouth. And Bob, you read everything into the record.
Correct.
So we're ready to go. Mr. Marr, are you with us again? See that we have him on the phone, but he's muted.
How's that?
Perfect.
All right. Thank you. Wow.
Well, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening. Thank you. So I wasn't aware that I was to make a presentation, but I thought the plans would speak with themselves. But if you'd like a little introduction in my plans here, this property's been in the family since 1947. And my wife and I took it over about 8-10 years ago after the passing of my mom. And originally thought about a 2-car garage, and then realized they had plenty of acreage there in a room, so that why not go to a 3-car? As we have 3 cars, 2 kayaks, a tractor, and bicycles, snow blowers, et cetera, et cetera. So you know how that goes. So we decided a 3-car would be beneficial. And I don't know if there's anything wrong. If you have any questions, I'll be do the best I can to answer them.
Sure. And we'll go to board questions. And again, if anyone out there has any public comment, questions, concerns, use the webinar chat with your full name and address for the record. We will get to it shortly. And we'll go to Ed. Any questions?
Oh, it's pretty straightforward. It's in the middle of nowhere out there all by itself.
Mary, anything?
I don't have any other comment.
Thank
I
you,
have
Ed.
no questions.
Scott?
Mr. Mauer, it says on the plan that you're gonna do away with or relocate the catch basin that's in the layout of the garage, correct?
Correct. We're gonna relocate it.
That's what the plan. I just wanted to make sure. At what point in the lot did you start filling? The layout of that garage isn't over that fill mark. Is that on virgin ground, sir?
That's all virgin ground. Not much fill has been put into this point, but there was such a drop off there that our plans are to have a gradual grade, so my 8 grandchildren can play there.
I hear that.
But that building is all on virgin soil.
Okay, good. And the caution tape stakes, that's the abutter's property line, sir?
No, the property line is further than that. That's what I plan to that's the stopping point of the grade. Gradual grade right to there. Yeah.
You're gonna
To the yellow tape.
Okay.
But the property line is quite a ways beyond that.
I saw that. I was just wondering, the more you continue over with that, it dictates the water to take a different path, and there was some correspondence about water running on a butter's property. I just didn't know if that would create a problem if you've experienced that.
No, I plan to plant trees in there as well. We're going to have some trees, fruit trees and different trees in that area.
And my final question is, the plan shows 2 Lamborghinis and a 68 Firebird. Do you really own those?
No, I replaced that with I have a brand new Corvette though. So that's going in there.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Scott. Ken, any questions?
Just wondering if there's heat in the garage.
Excuse me?
Is there heat in the garage?
There is not. I plan to put radiant under the floor, but not connected at this time. It's future. That's my business, actually. That's what I do, plumbing, heating.
Okay.
All right, James?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Bob?
No questions.
All right, and Mr. Mauer, this is just to get on the record, because I know the plans didn't indicate anything, but there's no cooking facilities, no sleeping arrangements in the garage?
None whatsoever.
All right, and it's slab construction?
Yes, it is.
No basement?
No basement.
Very good. Any other
I
follow-up?
did.
Oh,
If I
go
could
ahead,
add
Mr.
one
Mauer.
small thing. I sent a letter. I got a list from the administrator of all the abutters, and I sent them a letter ahead of time asking if they had any questions or concerns to please get in touch with me, and no one did. So just throw that out.
All right, thank you for that. Any other follow-up questions from the board?
None here.
All right, and I am not seeing
Oops.
any webinar chat, no public comment there. Would anyone like to make a motion?
So motion to close.
Okay, motion to close by Bob. Is there a
Second.
second? Seconded by Ed. Roll call vote. Ed?
Van Kuren, aye.
Scott?
Scott Zelinski, aye.
Bob?
Robert Dugan, aye.
Ken?
And Foreman, aye.
And TJ Hurry, aye. The hearing is closed. Is there another motion?
Motion to approve with conditions.
Second,
Right, motion to approve by conditions made by Bob, made by, sorry, who was that? Scott?
yep.
Go ahead, Bob.
So 240-23G, 240-216, not substantially more detrimental. Applicant is going to build a 3-car detached garage, 42 by 32 on a slab, no basement. height 20 feet, 8 3/4 inches. Existing lot coverage by structure is 3%, that's increasing to 4%. Lot coverage by structures, parking and paving is 9.2%, increasing to 10.7%. The parcel itself is a 2.6 acre parcel. There will be no habitable space. It's going to be used for storage only. At this time, there's also no plans currently for heat.
Although he did say he was gonna rough it in, Bob,
Correct.
so
Should
that
add
might
that-
wanna
so
be
add
in
that
there. I
in.
mean, we agreed to that.
Should add that in.
Sure. Anything else, Bob, for findings?
That is it.
All right, conditions?
Per plans, no habitable space or home business. And dry well or stormwater measure for the roof area of the garage.
On the plan, it says the dry well or the catch basin is gonna be relocated
Relocated.
on the plan, so that falls under per plan, right?
Well, per plan, but where it says it's relocated, we just didn't make sure that it actually goes in.
All right, anything else for conditions?
No, I think that's it.
All
Good.
right. So the motion to approve with conditions was made by Bob and seconded by Scott. Roll call vote. Ed?
Ed Van Kuren, I.
Scott?
Scott Zelinski, aye.
Ken?
Ken Forman, aye.
Bob?
Robert Dugan, aye.
And TJ Hurry, aye. So the motion passes unanimously. Mr. Mara, thank you for your time tonight.
Oh, thank you very much. Okay, good night.
Good night. All right, up next, we have application 46-20, Soodle, 28 Oakwood Ave in Falmouth.
So application number 46-20, being all persons deemed affected by the Board of Appeals under section 11 of chapter 48 of the Massachusetts General Laws, you are hereby notified that Mark S. and Janine M. Sudol of Westboro, Mass. have applied to the Zoning Board of Appeals for a special permit pursuant to sections 240-3C of the Code of Falmouth to construct an addition and screen porch to the pre-existing non-conforming dwelling on subject property known as 28 Oakwood Avenue, Falmouth, Mass. For referrals from the Health Department, since the referral date has passed, I'm providing you with a late referral. The approved capacity of the septic system is correctly noted for 3 bedrooms in the applicant's site plan. The proposed construction will bring the bedroom count to 3. There does appear to be a room for reserve area as required in Title V for an increase in flow. Health does not have any issues with this project. From engineering, the application was reviewed for impacts to public rights of way and public utilities. Oakwood Avenue is a public right of way in this area. No alterations are proposed to the right of way. Any changes within the right of way would require filing a permit with the engineering division. Any connection or alterations to public utilities would require permission from appropriate town departments. The project must not direct any stormwater runoff to public property, abutters, or public rights of way. A dry well is proposed for the project. However, it is not clear that all portions of the proposed roof would discharge to this dry well. We recommend that a condition be included that requires all portions of the new roof to discharge to this dry well. From conservation, the project appears to be outside of conservation jurisdiction, so they have no comments on the proposed project. Water Department, the house currently has a 3/4-inch copper service installed in 1939. On major rebuilds, we request that the service be updated to 1-inch PE per our regulations. Planning, no comment, and the fire department does not have any issue with the project as drawn. That's all the referrals.
All right. Bob, do you know who we have for the applicant tonight?
We should have Tom Bunker.
All right, if we could elevate Tom Bunker if he's in the crowd. Mr. Bunker.
Yes, thank you. I am here. You've had a long evening so far. I'm here representing Mark and Janine Sudol at 28 Oakwood Ave has been read in the advertisement. I can I'll share the screen so you can see what I have here. Maybe you can see it now.
We can.
Okay, so our site plan is here, 28 Oakwood Avenue. It's a small lot, 50 feet by 180 feet, roughly 8,950 square feet. The existing house, the coverage by structures is basically 14%. That's under the maximum allowed. The house is non-conforming as the setback, particularly in the front yard. In here, 18.6 feet to the front step, 21.5 feet to the main body of the house in this location, where 25 would be required. And also on the side lot line, on the left side lot line, there is right now there's a deck at the back of the house, and this deck is to be removed. The deck is 8.3 feet, but even the main body of the house is 9.6 feet from the property line, which is perhaps could be determined de minimis, but it is still under 10 feet, and the house is non-conforming in the front anyway. So this, the existing conditions are here. We have this deck in this location, and there's a patio, all of which will be removed. And so this current non-conformity of 8.3 feet will be eliminated. So the non-conformity will be decreased. The addition, there was some little confusion. I call it a 20-foot addition, but on the plans, called a 24-foot addition, but that's because there's a little bit of overhang right there. But the addition basically projects 20 feet further back from the house, and it's 12 feet wide. And the porch will take up the other 9 feet width of the house for a total of 21 feet wide. And so it will be in this location. The green I've shown is the ground that will be exposed on this side by removing the deck. And the green over here is by removing the patio. Patio was not counted in lot coverage calculations because it's just a brick or small black patio and didn't consider it to be paving. The proposed coverage by the structures go from 14% to 16.08%. For the structures, which is under the 20%, and the coverage by structures, paving, and parking is 19.7%, which is under the allowed 40%. So you can see the coverage is all within the requirements. The non-conformity as far as setback in the front is not changing. On the side, the non-conformity is being decreased by more than a foot through the removal of this deck, which was closer to the property line than the houses. I'll show you a couple house plans. So the existing has 2 bedrooms and a large living area and the deck out back. And this is what's being added. Whoops. There. The bath. And so you see that that little bit of where the in that corner, that's the extra 4 feet, but in the bathroom, but they're adding a master bedroom. So there's three houses. It's 3 bedrooms. So there's a 3-bedroom septic system in the back of the yard. And this area, this plan shows, was labeled as deck, but it's the plans were changed to create a porch there. And on the elevations, the side elevation, that's the 20 feet moving out toward the back. The other side, you can see slider here, the back addition here. And in the here, it's not increasing in width. The porch here is not well defined. The porch roof, it's just kind of drawn up here. So it does, although it's drawn here, it's below the ridge line of the addition. And the ridge line of the addition is 2 feet lower than the ridge line of the house. House is 18.1 feet. The addition is only 16 feet. It's well under, less than half the allowed height. I am a little concerned with this flat pitch on the roof, that it's during construction, they might decide to frame that roof a little differently. And so I hope if you make a decision, you can make is the condition that the height of the addition be no taller than the main house, rather than limiting to the height of this to 16 feet, because I feel that it might not happen, but I feel that the framing of the roof, the porch roof, might change when they get into final construction drawings. But that is the proposal we have before you. Basically, this back area here with the deck, or rather with the porch as shown here, and I think it meets the requirements for issuance of a special permit, being it's not hurt the character of the neighborhood. Actually, this back addition is not even visible from the street. It's not overburden the services. It's not creating another family there. There's no more parking required for what we have going on here, and I think it fits in nicely with the neighborhood and give them a little spot to enjoy the evening without mosquitoes. The other request I have, I hope if making a decision, is based on the water, the referral from the water department, is that where he mentions a 1-inch PE, that's fine if he does it. We don't think it's a major rebuild, and I'm not sure how that's defined, but I haven't talked to Steve Rafferty yet, but I will talk to him and see if he determines it to be a major rebuild. But if you make a condition along that lines, not that they must put in a 1-inch PE service, but that if Steve Rafferty determines that a 1-inch PE service is required, then we will install that based on whatever criteria they use to determine if it's a major rebuild. Again, we don't think it is. We'll see. So that's what we're proposing to do, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bunker. And the voting members on this are the regular voting members. And again, if anyone has a question, comment, concern regarding this project, type it into the webinar chat using your full name and address, and we will get to it shortly. And as for board questions, Ed, do you have anything?
No questions. It's pretty straightforward again.
All right. Mary?
I have no questions.
Thank you, Mary. Scott?
Tom, it looks like you're right, though, with that, you could almost, if you went to the existing ridge height and went all the way out back with a little 2-foot overhang coming down those stairs, you could almost put a complete hip roof on that, huh? It would.
Right. That's what I'm thinking. They might change it to.
From the sideline of the cut of the side of that profile looks good. Appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. I'm good. Thanks.
Thank you, Scott. Ken, anything?
I really have nothing. I'm looking at the shed, 2.1 foot from the side yard in the back there. I don't know if there's any issue with that, but.
All right. Bob?
No questions.
All right, and Mr. Bunker, that is where the addition's going. That's going to be a crawl space, no basement.
I'd have to look. It's 20 feet from the septic system, so they could have a basement. I'm not sure if we got foundation plans.
Okay, I thought it said on the plans a crawl space, but I might be mistaken.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It says right there on my plan, crawl space. Yes.
And just for the record, you have plenty, I know the nonconformity is the side yard setback on the westerly side, but on the east side, you have plenty of room. All right. James, did I ask if you had any questions?
I have no questions. Thank you.
All right. Any other follow-up questions from the board?
None here.
And I am not seeing any public comment in the webinar chat. Would anyone
Motion
like
to
to?
close?
Motion to close?
All right, motion to close. I'll give that to Ken. Scott, do you want to second that?
I certainly will.
All right. What would be the board's pleasure?
Motion to approve with conditions?
I'll
Second.
All right, motion to approve with conditions by Bob, and I'll give the second to Ken. Findings.
240-3C, 240-216, not substantially more detrimental. They're gonna be adding a 240 square foot, 20 by 12 enclosed addition with a 9 by 15, 135 square foot screen porch. All will be 1 story with crawl space. Current lot coverage by structure is 13.95, going to 16.08, well under the 20%. Structure parking and paving from 17.57 to 19.7, again under the 40%, which is allowed. They're going to be eliminating the nonconformity of the side deck, which currently is at 8.3. The nonconformity to the front yard setback will be remaining. It's 21.5, where 25 is required. And on the side of the house, that's at 9.6, where 10 is required. The property does have a 3-bedroom septic system, and the proposed addition will keep the house at 3 bedrooms. Height of the addition is shown at 16 feet, but the applicant requests that they be allowed to raise that not to exceed the current height of the house at 18.1 feet, if they do revise the plan.
And just to that point, Bob, how do we feel about an administrative approval for that, so they wouldn't have to come back?
Yeah, I mean, I think that if we condition it, that allows them to do it anyways. I think they can just do
I was
it.
gonna say that's fine.
I think we should just make a note that on the water department referral, they did say that on major rebuilds, they request the service be updated to 1-inch PE per their regulations, but they did not say that this was a major rebuild. And I think that's it.
All right. Conditions?
Per plans, condition that all portions of the new roof discharge into the dry well. If the water department decides this is a major rebuild, then an upgrade to a 1-inch service would be required. Condition that the addition not to exceed 18.1 feet, which is the height of the main structure. And it's per plans except for that height differential.
All right. Anything else?
I think that's it.
All right. So that was a motion to approve with conditions made by Bob, seconded by Ken. Roll call vote. Ed?
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
Scott?
Scott Zelinski, aye.
Ken?
Ken Forman, aye.
Bob?
Robert Dugan, aye.
And TJ Hurry, aye. So the project passes unanimously with conditions. Mr. Bunker, thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Night.
Good night. All right, up next.
Mr. Chairman,
Sorry,
can we take a,
go ahead, Bob.
can we just take a brief break?
Sure. Why don't we take a 5-minute break and we'll pick up the rest of the hearings after that?
Thank you.
We have application 45-20 LeBlanc, 6 Lawrence Street in T-Ticket.
Application number 45-20, being all persons deemed affected by the Board of Appeals under Section 11 of Chapter 48 of the Mass General Laws, you are hereby notified that Robert and Shannon LeBlanc of T-Ticket, Mass. applied to the Zoning Board of Appeals for a special permit pursuant to Sections 240-3C and 240-69E of the Code of Falmouth to construct a second-floor addition to the pre-existing non-conforming single-family dwelling on subject property known as 6 Lawrence Street, T-Ticket, Mass. For referrals from Health Department, property is in the LPSSA Town Sewer and are allowed 4 bedrooms by right. Though I defer to Amy Lowell of Wastewater Division for final say, otherwise no additions with health. Engineering Department. This application was reviewed for impacts to public rights of way and public utilities. Lawrence Street is a private right of way in this area. 2, any connections or alterations to public utilities would require permission from the appropriate town department. 3, the project must not direct any stormwater runoff to public property, abutters, or public rights of way. 4, we recommend the board add a condition that requires the addition of dry wells or other stormwater measures for the new roof area at a minimum. We also recommend the following condition be included in any approval. Upon completion of construction, the applicant shall post the address for this residence per 99-1, fixing of legible numbers in time limit for compliance. Planning, no comment. Assessors, this includes lots 3 and 4. Health Department, again, property on town sewer, defer to Wastewater Division. Fire Department, no issues. Water Department, no comment. And Noreen, I don't see anything here at all from conservation. Is there anything for conservation where it's near a little pond?
I don't believe that we heard anything back from them on this. It would be in the referrals if you had anything submitted.
Okay, so that's it then. Conservation did not submit.
All
And there
right,
is in the file, also a lot comparison worksheet.
All right, thank you, Bob. And the voting members on this are the regular voting members. Once again, if any member of the public has any question, comment, concern, type it into the webinar chat using your full name and address. We will address it when the time comes. Attorney Clower.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. For the record, my name is Kevin Clower. I'm an attorney with Ahmet Clower Law Firm here in Falmouth, and I represent the applicants, Robert and Shannon Blanc, the owners of 6 Lawrence Street. They're here tonight seeking permission for the addition of a second floor on the existing dwelling. This property, 6 Lawrence Street, is located off of Mara Vista on a lot of 4,800 square feet, and it's located in the Residential C zoning district. Presently, it's a 2-bedroom, single-family dwelling with a footprint of 1,339 square feet. It's non-conforming in a number of ways, actually. It's non-conforming as to front yard setback, being 20.5 feet where 25 is required. The easterly side yard setback being 9.5 feet where 10 is required. The westerly side yard setback being 9.3 feet where 10 is required. And lot coverage by structure being 27.9% where 20% is allowed by right and up to 25% by special permit. The applicants have owned this property for the last few years and are looking to actually make it their full-time residence. Looking to change the property to accommodate the needs of their family. In short, they need more space. So they're proposing the addition of a second floor. The result of this will not have a significant impact on footprint. It will eliminate the non-conforming westerly side yard setback by removing the chimney. It will decrease the lot coverage slightly, 27.9 to 27.7%, and it will increase the bedrooms to 3. But as has been noted, this is on the Little Pond Sewer District, which allows for 4 bedrooms by right. Section 243C of the bylaw states that pre-existing non-conforming structures may be changed by special permit, provided that they're not substantially more detrimental than what exists. It goes on to state that the board should consider the standards of 240-216 and whether the alteration creates a new dimensional nonconformity, impairs views and vistas, and reasonably conforms to the average dimensions in the neighborhood. Here, there's no new nonconformity. As I've mentioned, the nonconforming side yard setback is the nonconforming easterly side yard setback and the front yard setback will remain unaffected, and it will eliminate the existing nonconforming westerly side yard setback with a slight decrease to lot coverage by structures. In residential C zoning, lot coverage by structures may exceed 20%, but does require a special permit under section 240-69E. In that case, the board is asked to consider the size and height of the structure in relation to the average size of height and structures in the neighborhood, the effects of shadow on adjacent properties, and the impacts on views and vistas from public ways, as well as the effect of nitrogen on coastal embayments. Here, there's no impact to the views and vistas from public ways. There's no significant change to shadow. There's no effect of nitrogen because we are on sewer, as has been mentioned. As to size, we did submit a lot comparison worksheet. Of those 34 properties within 300 feet of this property, 27 actually have larger gross floor areas and 19 have larger footprints. Even as proposed, this will remain one of the more modest homes in the area. The applicant's proposal represents a significant improvement over the existing conditions and the usefulness of the space. It won't create any new dimensional nonconformities. It eliminates one existing nonconforming setback, and it decreases the nonconforming lot coverage. Further, it meets the standards of 240-216. There's no adverse effects to this that overbalance the benefits that have already been outlined. For these reasons, and given these considerations, I would ask that the board grant the special permit, and I'd be happy to address any questions that you might have at this time.
All right, thank you, Attorney Clower. And once again, if there's any member of the public who has any question, comment, concern regarding this project, type it into the webinar chat using your full name and address. We will address it shortly. And as for board comment, Bob, do you have anything?
Mr. Clower, so it shows that it's in the AE12 flood zone. So do you have anything to submit to show this is in compliance with the 50% rule?
So we did actually have a private appraisal done, which does put the valuation of the structure much higher than the town's valuation. But we haven't prepared the 50% compliance worksheet yet. That's something that's typically submitted with the building permit and reviewed by the building inspector.
I only ask because we've had some other projects that we've been reviewing, and on those we've actually requested to have that done in advance. That's all I have for now.
Thank you, Bob. Ken?
I have nothing.
Scott?
Nor do I. Thank you.
James?
I have nothing, thank you.
Mary?
I have nothing.
Ed?
Nothing.
Attorney Clower, the shed's remaining in the back there?
It is, yes.
Is that a little close to the lot lines there, or?
It is. It's an existing shed. It's been there for some time. I suppose if need be, it could be shifted slightly, but there was no plans to remove it or change it at this time.
All right. And I think that does it for me. Any other follow-up questions from the board? All right, seeing none. I'm not seeing any comments in the webinar chat as far as public comment goes.
So, Mr. Chairman, if we can just have
Go
some
ahead, Bob.
Yeah, so just some discussion again regarding that 50% rule. So we've had a couple other projects that also have had appraisals done so that, you know, they can get the increased amount from the town assessment. to show that they meet the rule. And on those projects, we have asked that they actually submit something from the building department that shows that that's in compliance. So I would just suggest that the same thing done here so that the procedures we're doing are the same across the board.
If I may, Mr. Hurry.
Go ahead, Attorney Clower.
My only response to that is, I mean, this is not a comprehensive permit, so we do still need to seek a building permit, and that's a requirement for that process. I think that this is looking at one aspect of the project. The building commissioner looks at other aspects of the project. I think that there's enough protection built into the system the way it stands that we don't necessarily need to add another step to this part of the process.
I guess my only response to that would be is the town's had a lot of issues with these areas of flood zones and increased concerns with properties located near the water. We did have another project that started to apply, and then when they gave us even the local appraisal, there was a difference that came down to a matter of dollars, which was a situation that came up. And again, we have asked for this on other projects. And if we are requesting them on other projects, when these properties are in these flood zones, it's something that the builders and the owners of the projects are aware of at the time. And I just think it would be to the board's advantage to have that information in advance before we do these kind of applications. I know that we've had some other issues with some of the things which differed from us in the building department. But I think when you're dealing with these flood zones, again, it's a normal criteria. It's something that everyone's aware of. We don't even have a copy of whatever the current appraisal is that they had. We don't have a copy of what the actual costs are of the construction. On a lot of these properties, because they had pre-existing basements, they're wanting to bring them up to full compliance to get rid of some of these issues with these houses. And I just again think that if we have asked this of other applicants in the past, and this is a similar construction situation, it's only 2 houses from the bay, that in this situation too, we should also have information from the building department, that the worksheet's been submitted and what the outcome was of that worksheet.
The only thing I'd add to that is, a lot of these projects can and oftentimes are phased. They can be done, the permit allows for, an overall design. And, sometimes an applicant might take one step of the process at one point and then perhaps do the remodel of the first floor at a second point. I'm not saying that's happening in this case, but that certainly could be the situation for some of these permits. So I think when we're looking at the lot worksheets, if we're looking at a comprehensive of all the work that might be done, it might be misleading from the work that might be done in any one stage that might fit under that requirement.
So will this applicant be phasing it in, or will this applicant be doing it as one?
I believe this applicant intends to do it at one, but if they ran into an issue with the building permit process, I suppose they would adjust and phase some portion of the project. That's not my understanding. My understanding is it can be done within the window that they have, so to speak. But applicants can always adjust if need be in that manner.
So I think that's the point that I'm making regarding these worksheets with the building department. We won't know until the worksheet is done what the outcome is, and if the outcome comes to a situation where this does not meet the rule, then the applicant will have to make another plan regarding phasing. If that is something that's being done, that's information that we need to know in advance. Again, this isn't really a unique circumstance with this particular property. It's on all the properties that are in these zones. And again, we have asked them for them in the past for that reason. If there's no issue with it, there shouldn't be a problem with doing the actual worksheet, getting the information back, and the building department can tell us that everything's fine. Or if there's an issue with it, there'll have to be a phasing issue. Building department also has to accept the appraisal if they're doing an outside appraisal. So I just think it is, it's to the benefit of the board that when any of these properties are in these floodplains, that we get that information from the building department and the worksheets are done. In this case, they're basically adding more than 50% of size onto the house. So these are larger projects. There may be a requirement that the basement has to go and that everything has to be brought up to code. We don't know that unless the worksheets are done, and it's standard procedure to do these worksheets. It's something that isn't a surprise to anyone. And as far as my position on them, on any of these projects that come in these zones where we get into these 50% situations, I wouldn't vote on them without having that information down, at least in a positive manner.
Thank you, Bob. And just to segue off of something that you said there, Bob, Attorney Clower, the existing basement or existing foundation, I should say, it's partially unfinished basement and then crawl space.
Yeah, it's because what I've heard referred to as a Cape Cod basement.
Right. So can the existing foundation support the second floor? Has anything been done to establish that?
Again, that would go towards the building permit aspect of it. I've only been looking at this from a zoning bylaw perspective. I'm sure that the design team is working with, they have architects and engineers on staff and on retainer that review these things. I can't imagine that they'd build a second floor on a foundation that wouldn't support it. And I would note that this is, though it is a second floor, it's 600 square feet. We're not talking about the entire floor being replicated above. It is a much smaller addition relative to the existing footprint.
All right. Thank you, Attorney Clower. Any follow-up questions from the board at this time?
Yeah, so regarding the foundation, is it concrete block or is it poured concrete?
I don't know the answer to that question. I do know that the homeowner is here as an attendee tonight. I'm not sure if they're prepared to speak, but I don't know the answer to that question.
So if possible, Mr.
Blanc has
Chairman.
raised his hand.
Sure. Tom Cox, if you could elevate Mr. LeBlanc. Mr. LeBlanc, you with us?
Yes, I am.
Oh, good evening.
Thank you very much for hearing us tonight, and I appreciate the board's consideration on this construction project at 6 Lawrence Street. But the answer to the question is the basement is a block foundation.
Thank you, Mr. LeBlanc. Bob, I don't know if you had any follow-up questions at all, or?
No, just that, on a block foundation, you can't do a second floor, so they'll have to either do some kind of supportive structure or re-pour, which then goes back to the same situation of why we need these worksheets done for the 50% rule, because that's what happened in a previous project, and that's where the issues came up. I see no problem if we get something from building that actually shows, but we just don't have enough information on it, and it's in a flood zone, and it's not being brought up to flood standards according to the application. And they're doing a 600 square foot addition. Kevin, what's the size of the home now?
1339.
So 1339. So, a lot of these properties in these areas, especially Mara Vista, Falmouth Heights, and the areas that we've dealt with before, these people do have to bring them up. It's more usability to add the living space. But we've seen multiple situations where they've had these issues that they try to get by with upgrading the houses without bringing it into flood compliance. And that's why this application is so important and to know about. I just think that we've done this with other projects, and to, take a project like this that really doesn't have any uniqueness to it compared to some of the other ones and go forward without that information, I just think is a mistake.
Thank you, Bob. How does the rest of the board feel?
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question?
Go ahead, Scott.
What has been the board's pleasure in the past about requiring load calculations for second story? I mean, what has been their requirements thus far? Is it across the board? Is it on a case-by-case basis? How have you guys addressed that in the past?
It's,
We've assumed.
I can think of, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Ken.
I was just gonna say, I think we've assumed that that was, the building department would deal with structural issue.
So I know that on some of the applications that I've been on, even when our last administrator was here, we've asked for a structural engineer to give a letter showing that they can carry the second floor. I know that that was one of the issues with one of the other properties that brought the problem in with these calculations on the 50% rule, because that was also a concrete block foundation. And once we started getting information of what they needed to do, there was worry that the blocks may be compromised, and that was adding additional cost, and that additional cost was pushing them over the 50% rule.
It's certainly more problematic in a flood zone.
My question was purely procedural. I mean, I was curious. I can't understand why we would approve something without that same set of plans. Kevin, am I correct? That this same set of plans is then you're going to request a permit with the same set of plans with no engineering?
No, these aren't structural plans. So what typically happens is applicants will prepare floor plans and the renderings, and then if they're approved, they'll go through the additional cost of having them made into structural plans.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just didn't know how. Yeah,
If they had to,
I'm confused.
if they had to modify.
Our question can't be answered with the plans, but we're required to render a decision prior to going to and then it gets negotiated at the building department. I'm just confused.
So if they had to significantly modify the construction plans because the building department required them to elevate or whatever, they'd have to come back, right? I mean,
yeah, but it was my understanding that if there wasn't a special permit, you take your structural plans to get a building permit. But by coming to the ZBA, it's almost like you're jumping over a process and then having to go back, and then they have to come back again.
Not necessarily, Mr.
Interpret
Zelinski.
what the building department wants to answer our question 2 steps later. It's just confusing how that system works, and I was just wondering how and why that is.
I mean, I think building wants to see whether it conforms to zoning. Hopefully they look at that.
So if we approve the permit, Ken, if we approve the permit.
Right, and then if they have to modify the structure again because they can't meet the building department's requirements for a safe structure, they'd have to come back and seek a modification of the special permit.
Then why wouldn't we take care of that ahead of it? Questions
because
before
then
we vote on it. Why wouldn't we circumvent that whole second and third process? That's what's taken these cases from a 2-night event to a 3-month event. And purely.
So normally when you're going to add a second floor to any structure, there should be a letter in the file from a structural engineer that says that can carry the load. It should be actually part of the application. When you're in a flood zone, you should know that you've done the 50% rule and it applies. If either of those issues don't apply, we don't give the permit. And I understand, Ken, what you're saying is what if it goes to the building department as a modification? My worry there is that we've had a lot of other issues where things didn't come back here. So
yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, so if we get the same information that they are, then everyone's on the same page. And this isn't anything unique with this house. The other property that wasn't heard that long ago that we asked for the exact same information, we also asked that person, because it was a concrete block foundation within an AE flood zone, that they give us a structural letter for the second floor, and that they give us the worksheet done by the building department saying it meets the 50% rule. There was another one in a development that we worked on. We did the same thing. That wasn't in flood flow, but we asked for the engineer's letter to show they could carry the second floor. That's gone on between residential and some of the commercial properties we've looked at. So it is something that the board has been doing over time. And I think it's better for all parties involved, up front.
But is it a posted requirement? In all fairness,
it is not.
The applicant, has it been a posted requirement? And my question to the chair initially was, how does the applicant know if we don't require it on every one? So, I mean,
well, that's what I think I'm saying.
It may not be his fault. He came here without it. And then why should he be penalized without, unless it's a strict or a recognized rule across the board. That's why my question was asked, that's all.
I would note, I've done, I'm in front of you guys a lot. I can think of, there's been a handful of times that the board has requested something from a structural engineer. But I've never been asked to prepare a 50% calculation, because I think what that is the board stepping into the building department's area. I think it's two separate issues. It's certainly something that we can do if need be, but it's not a posted requirement. So I don't think it's fair to say that that's something we should have done, because it's something that's never been requested that in any of the applications I've brought forward. And I'm not aware of it being an actual requirement as part of the application process.
My question was structural. No, I had nothing to do with the percent rule. Mine was a structural question.
In defense of Bob, though, I would say most of the time when we see requests in flood zones, they're part of the reason they're expanding is because they are trying to meet the flood requirements. You
Right.
don't often see them when they're not elevating or in some other way meeting flood requirements. So that does distinguish this case a little bit.
I did have one before this board about 2 months ago, very similar fact pattern in a flood zone. I believe it was on Elysian, and that question didn't come up then. It's not to say it shouldn't come up now, but I just think it's, worth noting.
What was the project though? Was it?
It was adding a second
there
floor.
any?
It was adding a second floor to an single story house and not raising it.
I think what alerted us to the issue, Attorney Clara, was the house is 2 properties away from the water, so we
No,
might not have realized that on
I
the,
understand completely. I
on the
do
other
understand.
application.
But to Mr. Zelinski's point, it is it's not part of the application requirements. So, and it's not something that I thought to have the applicant do, because it's not been requested of any of my previous applications before you.
It's my understanding, you're dealing with other properties that have concrete block foundations, is that you cannot put a second floor on a concrete block foundation. It is not allowed. So they either have to pour an envelope, or they have to figure out a way that they can support the current blocks with a rebar system, like we saw one in the Heights, and that's just current across the board. So that's why I asked if this was a concrete block or if it was a poured foundation. If it's a poured foundation, you don't have much of an issue, but now we know that it is not a poured, it's a concrete block foundation. There is nothing dissimilar from this project to another one, and we did ask for for that information. We've asked for a letter that could carry the second floor, knowing that they would have to do some kind of change to the foundation, and the letter came back and explained exactly what they would have to do for the actual foundation itself. And that also caused some additional issues. That will cause an increase in the construction costs. And it's the construction costs that are basing on this 50% rule. And I would just, personally myself, I would request that we get a letter from an structural engineer showing that if it can't carry the second floor, what would have to be done to the current foundation to carry the second floor? What are their plans? Are they going to do an envelope, or are they trying to do something with the actual concrete blocks themselves? And I would ask that they actually submit a worksheet to the building department so that we know what currently is being presented before us meets the rule. We don't have the current appraisal that's being done. I understand why they would do it, and I would do one also. The assessment on the structure itself is very low, and that really does tie people's hands. But that's information that we need. And I'm not saying it's something that you would automatically say that, you didn't come here tonight without it. I'm not blaming you don't have it tonight. But I'm saying that as far as the board goes, this is information that we should get, especially when you're in these flood zone situations. We're going to see more and more of the projects, especially in the T-Tick and Mara Vista area, on rebuilds. You now have town sewer in Falmouth Heights. You have town sewer in Mara Vista. All those 4,800 square foot lots are going to be able to go to 4 bedrooms. They're all going to have to put on second floors. So this is just something that's going to come before us more and more as time goes along. And I think that if you're in the flood zone area, you're in an AE, or you're in a high or velocity, you need to submit those information to us prior to us being able to make a decision. The design of the house is very nice. I don't have any issue with what they're doing with the house. I just want to make sure that that information is to us in advance. It's very easy to say that, let another department do it, but we've been burned so much in the past at this point. I think we have to make sure that our decisions are written the way they need to be and that everything's enforceable. It's easy enough information to get. They've got a builder here doing construction. I'm sure he's got a structural engineer he works with. It'll just give a breakdown and say what has to be done, for the property itself. On a completely outside note, are the fences on the property that back and forth? Do you know if they're theirs or not?
I don't have the answer to that question. It looks as though the stockade fence runs from basically straight across the lot line, and it looks as though it's part of the, based on the site plan, it looks as though it's part of the lot behind them, but I can't say that with certainty.
Yeah, so the only other thing I would say is if it turns out that it is their fence and it may not be, that whatever it is just moved on to their lot itself.
So, Mr. Chairman, in light of, I think Bob brings up some really good points, especially because I think he's right. There's going to be a lot of these along Mira Vista. Perhaps we are in a situation where we need to continue.
I say we might be. And Scott, I know you said that it might not necessarily be in our procedures, this sort of information, but at least in the recent past, we've been handling it on a case-by-case basis, as the issue comes up before us.
No. I think you misunderstood what I said. I said I think that it should come before us, so we don't have to add 2 more phases to a hearing. But it has to be posted. The applicants have to know that that's required in situations like this, so we don't waste our time and/or theirs.
Understood. My internet hasn't been the best tonight, and
No problem.
I'm sure some people have been picking up on that. All right, so I think we are looking at a continuation.
I'm happy to make that as a motion.
If I may, Mr. Foreman, just before any
Seconded.
motions, if I may, just before any motions made, I just want to be clear what the board is looking for from.
I think we're looking. Well, I'll let Bob should elucidate because he's the one.
I took some notes, and you'd like a letter from a structural engineer, the 50% calculation worksheet, and the appraisal submitted. My question, one of my questions is, one, is that everything you're looking for? 2, you made reference to the 50% worksheet being submitted to the building department, but there's no pending application before the building department because we need a special permit prior to submitting an application. So would it be okay if we simply submitted the 50% calculation worksheet to this board?
So the last application that I'm just familiar with, even though they didn't have a permit in front of the building department, they did submit the worksheet to at least get an answer on the costs if this would meet the rule.
Okay, I'm not familiar with that process, but we can reach out to the building department.
If it's changed, you can let us know. Just because, again, once the worksheet is done, the building department, the commissioner is going to have to review the application for the costs, et cetera, and he's going to have to say one way or another if it's possible. And if it isn't, then you know that it's going to be phased in. And then when you come back, we can make that part of the permit that it's understood that this is what the addition is when it's phased in over, whatever the time constraints are.
And was there anything else that was being looked forward to? Were those the 3 items?
I think those are the 3, Attorney Clower. And I mean, I don't want to speak on behalf of the board, but I think you've heard that the board doesn't have really any other issue with the project.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I looked to Noreen for the date.
So your next meeting is October 1st, but that is jammed at this point in time. So I would propose October 15th.
I won't be here for that, though. I'm going to be in Virginia that week.
How about the 22nd?
I leave the 21st. What did you say, the 15th?
Yep.
I will be here for that. I'm sorry. I'm not here between the 21st and the 26th.
Okay.
So that'll
You're
work for
actually
me.
traveling somewhere, Scott?
I'm going down to Virginia to train from my other life. Weapons training down there.
I did say Mr. Zelinski, right?
Sir?
I did say Mr. Zelinski, right? I hope I was respectful enough.
Listen, I'm not looking for respect. Oh,
Until after he gets back from the training.
my security, let's be clear. It's for my security company credentials. Yeah, and it's something I must do yearly.
Okay, so I guess we are looking at October 15th.
So I make that in the motion, October 15th,
I'll second it.
right here on Zoom.
All right, so continuation to October 15th, made by Ken, seconded by Scott. Roll call vote. Bob,
Robert Dugan, aye.
Ken,
Ken Forman, aye.
Scott,
Scott Zelinski, aye.
Ed,
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
and TJ Hurry, aye. So it is continued to October 15th. Attorney Clara, thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you very much.
All right, up next we have application 47-20, Betcha, 33 Mariners Lane in Falmouth.
For application number 47-20, being all persons deemed affected by the Board of Appeals under Section 11 of Chapter 40A of the Massachusetts General Laws, you are hereby notified that Sarah and Paul M. Betcha of Northborough, Mass. have applied to the Zoning Board of Appeals for a special permit pursuant to Sections 240-3C and 240-69E of the Code of Falmouth to construct dormers and in addition to the second floor of the pre-existing non-conforming single-family dwelling on subject property known as 33 Mariners Lane, Falmouth, Mass. For referrals, the septic systems from Health Department. The septic system currently at the property has an approved 4-bedroom capacity. The proposed plan shows that the house will remain at 4 bedrooms. The garage slab appears to be 10+ feet from the soil absorption system. I assume the covered porch is on piers, tubes, and therefore doesn't require a setback to the soil absorption system. Therefore, Health has no issues with this project. From engineering, the application is reviewed to impacts of public rights of way and public utilities. Mariners Lane is a public right of way in this area. No alterations are proposed to the right of way. Any changes within the right of way would require filing a permit with the engineering division. Any connection or alterations to public utilities would require permission from the appropriate town department. The project must not direct any stormwater runoff to public property or butters or public rights of way. We recommend that the board add a condition that requires the addition of dry wells or stormwater infiltration measures for the new roof area at a minimum. Water Department, there does not appear to be any water-related issues on this application or this location. Assessors, no comment. Planning, no comment. Fire Department has no issues with the project as drawn. And that's all the referrals.
All right, thank you, Bob. And the voting members on this are the regular voting members. Once again, if there is any member of the public who has a question, comment, or concern regarding this project, go ahead and type it into the webinar chat using your full name and address, and we will address it when the time comes. And Attorney Clara, are you representing this applicant as well? Oh, see, you're on mute. Yeah.
Well, thank you for stopping me before I went too far.
No worries.
If we could also elevate Kelsey Birchinall, please. Good evening again, Mr. Chair, members of the board. For the record, my name is Kevin Clower. I'm an attorney with Ahmet Clower Law Firm here in Falmouth, and I represent the applicants, Paul and Sarah Becta, the owners of 33 Mariners Lane. This is in a lot of ways similar to the previous application. They're seeking an addition of a second floor on the existing dwelling. 33 Mariners Lane is located in a tight residential neighborhood at the end of Shore Street. This lot is just 9,000 square feet and is located in the residential C zoning district. It is presently a 4-bedroom, single-family dwelling with a footprint of 2,155 square feet. It's non-conforming to side yard setback being 9.7 feet where 10 is required, and lot coverage by structure being 23.6% where 20 is allowed by right and 25 by special permit. The applicants have owned this property for the last 15 years and are now, again, making it their full-time residence. And they want the space to be more useful and comfortable. To do so, they're looking to make an addition to the existing second floor to allow for a reconfiguration of other space. The footprint of this structure will not change, but for a landing step located at the rear of the building. The lot coverage by structure will have a slight increase, 23.6 to 23.8. But with the issuance of a special permit, that nonconformity is essentially eliminated. The number of bedrooms remains the same. Under 243C, as has been discussed, a pre-existing non-conforming structure can be changed by special permit, provided it's not substantially more detrimental than what exists. Here we have no new nonconformities. The existing side yard setback is unaffected. The lot coverage by structures, paving, and parking, again, does have a slight increase by 2%, which is 0.2% rather, which is only 20 square feet. And there's no significant impacts to views and vistas. Again, lot coverage by structures exceeding 20% requires a special permit under 240-69E. And there, the board is asked to consider the size and height of the structures in relation to the average size and height of structures in the neighborhood, the effect of shadow on adjacent properties, the impacts on views and vistas from public ways, and the effect of nitrogen on coastal embayments. Here, there's no impact to the views and vistas from public ways. There's no significant change to shadow. There's no effect on nitrogen, as it's the same number of bedrooms. And we, again, did submit a lot comparison worksheet, which looked at 35 properties within a 300-foot radius of this site. And there were 15 with larger gross building areas and 11 with larger footprints. This project by no means would represent an outlier in the area. The applicant's proposal is a significant improvement for them over the existing conditions and the usefulness of the space. There's no new dimensional nonconformities, and the issuance of special permit will eliminate the existing nonconforming lot coverage. This meets the requirements of 240-216, and there's no adverse effects that would overbalance the benefits that have already been outlined. I would ask that for these reasons, the board would grant the special permit, and I would be happy to address any questions that you might have at this time.
All right, thank you, Attorney Clower. And once again, if there's any questions, comments, concerns regarding this project, for members of the public, type it into the webinar chat using your full name and address. We will get to it shortly.
And Mr. Chair, I just want to say for the record, Kelsey Birchnall is the designer of this project, so she can speak to design questions as need be.
Thank you, Attorney Clower. Board questions. Bob, do you want to get us started?
Yeah, not to be a repeat offender or anything here, but is this one also in AE 12?
It is.
So is this a concrete or poured foundation?
I'm going to defer to Kelsey. I don't know if there's a basement on this building or not. Kelsey, can you? You're muted, Kelsey.
Yes, so there is a full basement, and I believe part of it is a crawl space, but I'm not 100% positive if it's a poured foundation or block. Not sure if the homeowners are available to comment.
I believe I did see Mr. Bekta in the attendees. And I apologize for putting you on the spot, sir.
That's all right. This is Paul Bekta, 20 Mariners Lane. 33, sorry. 20 is Claflin Farmers, our North Road address, sorry. 33 Mariners Lane. It is a full basement that is a block foundation, and the garage is on a slab.
And Mr. Degan, I would note that there is an existing second story already.
On the garage also, or just the house?
Just there's a small second floor that exists over the main portion of the house, not over the garage.
Just for clarification on the application, because I know that the health department mentioned 4, staying as a 4, and I noticed on the application it said 3.
That was
a typo.
That was a typographical error on my part. I apologize.
That's okay. It's just a typo. I just want to make sure it's correct. That's all I have right now. Thanks.
All right, Ken?
I don't have any questions yet.
All right, Scott?
I don't either, but I want to reserve.
Sure can. James?
No questions.
Mary?
No comments.
Ed?
Not at this time.
I actually don't have any questions myself. Will say, Mr. Becton, my apologies for mispronouncing your last name. I try my best.
All we can ask.
Any follow-up questions from the board or those of you reserving your questions?
I guess my only question would be, is there any area of the concrete block foundation that is going to be adding a second floor that doesn't already exist?
Yeah.
I believe I can answer that. I think the only area would be over the existing mudroom and pantry that we show on the proposed plans.
And the
Yeah,
dormer
there's
on the garage, right?
And that's
And the
there's
garage.
no basement under that.
No,
Yeah,
I
slab in
understand.
the garage.
No.
Actually, if I can ask a question for clarification, Mr. Bector, were you saying there's no no basement under the mudroom?
Correct.
Okay, so then just for clarification, there is no area of the house right now that's on concrete block foundation that will need to add a second floor. Because the mudroom is, they're saying, is a slab, and the garage is a slab, and the back will be a new addition, so that doesn't count. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
So then my only comment would be at this time is I think we have the exact same situation, except for needing anything from a structural engineer on a second floor. But this one also falls within that AE 12, and they need to do the same situation with the 50% rule to make sure that everything complies, or this will have to be phased.
Any other follow-up questions from the board?
No.
All right, and I am not seeing anyone in the webinar chat. I'm just looking at the lot comparison worksheet. So Bob, you would be looking for the same information as the previous application?
Sorry, I didn't know I was a mute.
No worries.
I think it's something that we just need to do in all of them that are in these floodplains. I think it's a very nice looking project and it may be fine, but we need to know where these are going. We need to know if they have to be phased, if they'll be allowed. I know there was another home much further up towards Maine that again fell within this flood zone. And I remember dealing with that years ago where person again had done plans and they couldn't do what they needed to do and they had to do phasing or change the plans in order back in that time, which was years ago, to meet the same ruling. So I would ask that they do the same situation here, that they submit a worksheet to the building department and then we get an answer from the building department if this meets the 50% rule. And I don't know if in this case, if they have gotten a separate appraisal yet. My personal suggestion would be that they probably should get one because it helps them on the applications, but that would be something that would be up to the applicant.
All right. How does the board feel about that?
You can't start to build consistency and being fair to the applicants and the board without creating consistency. And this just happens to be one right after another. So I would I would tend to agree with Mr. Dugan's, I would concur with his approach to this.
Okay,
I agree.
I would suggest, and this may be something for the board in general, or for people that are representing applicants, that if they are in these flood zones, that kind of be one of the things that's brought out at the beginning of the application, versus having to look and double check and see if it's in a zone or not. I mean, that's pretty easily identifiable. So maybe on the applications, where they're putting the description of the project, they could just list if it's located within a flood zone or not, which zone it's in.
all right, so I guess we're,
If I may, I think it's, in fairness to applicants, I think that the best thing to do might be to change some of the requirements for application so that there is some consistency. I've done my best to argue against this at the last hearing, so I'm not going to try to relitigate that by any means. But I think that might be the best way to do it, or to include that information on the application as a question, because then we would have that consistency. But that's probably me overstepping myself.
No, I agree with Mr. Clower's comments. I think that's a great idea, that we actually make it part of the application process now. It saves everybody time. It saves us time, and especially it saves the applicant knowing that they'll have everything for the presentation. So with Mr. Clower's suggestion, I would suggest that the board does make that change in their procedures.
all right. And
Second it if that's something up for a vote.
we'll either take that up during an open meeting if we can, or, I mean, ideally, if we could have it on like the next meeting, that way we just get notice of it.
You got it.
In terms of modifying the procedures. But I will defer to Noreen in terms of the next available date. I know you said that the next date is full.
Yes, so we'd be looking at the 15th.
All right. Would anyone like to make that motion then?
I'll do so.
Second it.
Motion to continue to October 15th, made by Scott, seconded by Ed. Roll call vote. Bob?
Robert Dugan, aye.
Ken?
Ken Forman, aye.
Scott?
Scott Zelinski, aye.
Ed?
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
And TJ Hurry, aye. So this is continued to October 15th. Attorney Clower, thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Does it for the new public hearings. Onto the open meeting items, voting the minutes of August 20th. We already said that we would be tabling them. Item number 2, reviewing the draft decision and possible vote for 33-20 Ferrera, 10 Terry Lou Ave. We took that out of order and we voted unanimously in favor of it. Item number 3, reviewing the draft decision with possible vote for application 78-19 Buzzards Bay Development LLC, 40 Shore Street in Falmouth. And the voting members on this are myself, Bob Dugan, Ed Van Kuren, and Mary Berry. Noreen circulated an updated draft of the decision. I don't have the exact date in front of me, but she did that, I want to say earlier this week or last week, maybe. And at the last meeting, we directed her to, I think, make a few revisions. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, how do you want to handle this? Do you want to?
I was just going to ask, how does the board want to handle this? Go ahead, Bob, if you have a suggestion.
Well, you may just want to, do the finding numbers and see if anybody has any changes or issues on each one, and then we'll go to the conditions, and then at that point, see if there's anything that has to be reorganized at all.
Sure. We'll just take it one by one.
Yeah.
It might be worthwhile after you go through the findings, instead of voting each one, you could just vote them all together.
Sure. So taking them, as opposed to the conditions, I would take one by one, just taking it as a whole. normally.
Right, so I guess you could just, go through the numbers of the findings, and then if there's no comments, I would just recommend you vote them all together.
All right. Should we read each finding into the record, or?
I would think you pretty much have done that. It's up to you. I know that it's
Oh my
late in
God.
the evening, but, whatever the board's pleasure. I know you're talking about reading some.
Maybe you could just go through the finding numbers, and then if we have one that anyone has an issue on, we could read that one and then go over what the changes would be.
Sure.
Yes.
And Bob, I wasn't gonna force you to read all those pages. I was gonna offer myself to.
Oh, nice.
go- to
Well, in
go
that
through
case, I
them.
think you should read the whole thing.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Sure. You want to take a vote on that? All right. So we'll take a moment. We'll
I have
go
one-
over.
I have,
We'll go over each
I have
finding.
one
by
comment
one.
on page 5.
Sure. Go ahead, Ed.
You want to just start with
One,
issue
one
and then
page,
when
on
we
page
get to that-
5,
what number was
whichever way
that?
you want. Well, on page 5, you go down, the items go 2, 3, 4, 5, then 18.
Okay.
Good one.
Housing production plan.
Sorry, that was my fault. I moved that in line and didn't correct the number, but yes, I'll fix the number there. Thank you.
Okay.
So
I have something on page 4, first finding.
Sure. Go ahead, Mary.
Yeah, I know this talks about this published subsidized housing inventory. I noticed that it's been 11 months since that was published. And I think it would be nice to have something subsequent. I'm sure that they keep records on where we are all throughout every month that occurs. I'm sure they do something like that here in town. I think it would be good to say where we started and any progress that has been made to somehow capture that in that.
Noreen, how does the town
yeah.
take care of that?
So this subsidized housing inventory is actually provided by the state. And we are required to use their data for what we can qualify for as far as specifically affordable units that they agree to.
Right, so we submit the paperwork once it's appropriate and then they approve it.
Right, and so.
Well, I would assume that since in that 11-month period, there have been some that have been approved.
Well, we actually have an individual who is going through and verifying what the town has submitted and which units are properly being counted. So as of today, I don't have an updated SHI to put in there.
Okay, so I guess my only follow-up question would be, if we follow up with them to see when they'll be able to have that, I think that would be something very appropriate to put in this and any other 40B that we.
Right, but I think as far as this one goes, if you vote the final decision this evening, we won't have any further updated numbers. I don't have any idea what length of time someone was granted a contract to update the town's subsidized housing inventory, but regardless, that person will submit to the state and then the state will make the changes. So I can't guarantee within what period of time that will happen.
So could we
Well,
make a request to that person that we get the information as soon as it's available?
Oh,
that
absolutely, but
they're
it
not
won't be in time for this decision.
No, I know it won't be in this one, but I just think it's a good point to have, if we have updated figures that are available,
Yeah,
And,
absolutely.
and in most cases, I'm guessing we're gonna have to ask for them versus somebody just volunteering to hand them over.
Oh, no, absolutely. No, that will not be the case.
And then my second one is on page 5, number 6, which relates somewhat to the one that I just spoke on. On this one here, I think it needs a lot more detail, meaning this email was to whom, and it's not, if somebody were reading this, they wouldn't know the context of this.
Okay, so this was just,
I'm assuming that she was doing this when you asked her for comments on
Yes.
the application. I
Yes,
think
this
that
was-
all should be mentioned in there so that it gives a context to why this was provided.
okay, so this was from her reply to the referrals that we send out to all the departments, so I can certainly add that.
Absolutely, and it seems like that's probably a clarification of number 3, which has to do what the town said in regards to mass housing. It seems like that's somewhat tied to that as well.
Yes.
Could you also add on number 6 where it says housing coordinator, just put it's the housing coordinator for the town of Falmouth?
Sure.
All right, so I know we jumped around a little bit, but 1, Mary provided her comments for. 2, it's just the requirements for filing a comprehensive permit. 3, that's the following the concerns submitted by the town. 4, subsidy agency. 5, the pro forma. 18 is going to be changed to be this number 6.
Can I ask a question on number 3? Noreen, I know these are findings, but in number 3, where you're specifically saying that the mass housing identified these concerns submitted by the town, can we put something next to each one of those that the applicant didn't make any revisions to comply? Like the situation where they specifically asked for the structures to be maximized for orientation, and that was basically a no. And then the municipality wanted to see something more responsive to our housing needs, and that seemed to also be a no.
I would add that it kind of, since the ones that I mentioned all seem to be tied to all of that in some way, that it might be nice to kind of group them. And I agree with Mr. Dugan that it would be nice if we say, what was it's a finding. What's the finding? It's like,
Yeah, so
these are
Matt,
just kind of facts.
because basically
not a finding.
mass housing identified the town asked for 2 specific items, and on each specific item, the developer didn't have any interest in doing revisions to comply.
And not only that, but you have where it was in the project eligibility letter, then you have the housing coordinator reiterating it and adding to it. And as Mr. Dugan says, I would make it into a finding of what happened, what was the response.
Okay.
In Noreen, in the original application where this says the eligibility letter identified the following concerns, I think they actually said in that they suggested that the developer try to work with the town on these items. I remember there was some other line in there. It didn't just identify the town was asking for them. It actually suggested that this applicant actually try to make a change to comply with some of these. So maybe whatever that wording was in the letter.
I
could be
can check
added.
on that.
And even and I know you say it later on that in number 6, when it talks about the one unit being handicapped, visitable, or accessible, I think you have in there that the applicant said that all of the units would be accessible, handicap accessible.
I believe
Correct?
I believe they agreed to visitable. Just double check.
No, well, this is number 10. I hate to jump, TJ.
Okay, yep,
This is what was here.
yep,
I assume somebody checked the minutes on
Yep.
it, but the applicant stated that all units will be first floor handicap accessible.
yep, okay.
So then I just have
Did
just
you have a
definition.
change to that one or no?
What number was that?
That
Well, I
was
hadn't
page-
quite, if you want me to take them out of order, I did have something on that, but I thought somebody'd want to go through some others first, maybe?
But were you looking to address 10, Mary, or were you looking to go elsewhere?
Actually, I would. Thank you for pointing that out.
Sure, go ahead.
I think that there should be some reference to, I think it would be nice if it were more robust in what the requirements are, but I think it needs to go back to the requirements for this, whether you're going to go to a federal housing and urban development, what does handicap accessible mean? What is it defined as? And even if we have something in our bylaws.
Sure. Whether it be ADA compliant or, like you said, if there's a federal
Absolutely.
regulation or something on that.
Absolutely. And there's some .gov sites that talk about accessibility for residential units.
Right. I don't know if there was anything specific that was referenced on that. I believe the way this was worded was that the applicant offered to make the first floor handicapped accessible, and that following another 40B that we worked on, there was a specific requirement that came out of that, defining that handicapped accessible meant that units would have that minimum 32-inch wide door. So that's where I pulled that in from.
So do you know where that definition came from? Was it ADA guidelines?
This was a definition that was agreed to in the process of reviewing another 40B.
I mean, maybe we could put handicap accessible per ADA guidelines. I mean, their guidelines are very
check.
specific.
Or if you can tie down the fact that the 32-inch wide comes from the law or the regulations.
Okay.
I'm working off of the word accessible, handicapped accessible, which is defined in all sorts of other places. And it does come out of I think it's a 2010 revisions. I also think that when you refer to handicap accessible, there are external factors that you have to, like getting into the unit is also part of that.
All right, so we'll just circle back to number 7, which is a description of the subject site.
Yeah, I think you might also find that there are also additional requirements for first floor well, any bathroom having to do with it.
Right. So again, what I did here was I took what the applicant had stated during the application process, which was that they would have the first floor be handicapped accessible, and that would allow access to the first floor bathroom.
Well, I guess my question then would be, do we allow an applicant to define handicap accessible, or are we using the ADA requirements that are in law, outlined in law, and state law and federal law and everything else.
Okay, so maybe it would be reasonable to say that the applicant stated that the first floor and first floor bathroom would be handicapped accessible. And instead of providing dimensions, we would just say per ADA guidelines. Because I don't want to invent or create something here that was not discussed.
I suppose the question I have is, are you saying that the applicant said defined handicapped accessible this way?
No,
Or
I
did
didn't
you
say,
say it came from
they did
another
not,
decision?
they did not define, they merely stated that it would be accessible. I pulled the 32-inch wide door from another 40B that we worked on that was negotiated. And it was that same issue about accessibility was not defined, and we were requested through mediation to insert that it meant the 32-inch wide door.
Well,
If they, I would look back in the thing, and if they stated, you know, handicap accessible, then I would just go with ADA compliance and what it is versus just saying a 32-inch door, because they could say, well, we didn't say we were doing a 32-inch door.
Okay, so maybe I can just eliminate that dimension and just put per ADA
Per
guide.
ADA guidelines, yeah.
and then I would also add some of what the ADA guidelines say so that it's known to everybody who would need to read this, what some of those things are.
Okay, what might be helpful here is if board members have specific language that they would like added here, that you're welcome to provide that, because I just don't want to frustrate you and this application, I mean, this decision getting filed. Whereas if you have specific language you want in, I don't want to keep guessing and coming up short from what you feel would be thorough for the decision.
Well, as far as if you're asking
You have
me,
a copy of,
Do we have, what's that?
Maureen, do you have a copy of the ADA books?
No.
well, if you just Google ADA accessible for a definition, that's basically what you're going to do is come up with the laws, and there it is.
Right, but
Right.
how much of that law do you want inserted here?
Well, frankly, from my review of it, there isn't that much of it to put in,
Okay.
because you're not doing a public building, you're not doing a commercial building, you're not doing, you know, all sorts of things. You're doing residential, and so it's very specific within the law.
Okay, so what if we say that it would be per ADA guidelines for residential construction?
Just a question on number 7, where it mentions what's across the street, and it says an inn and a hotel. Are those two separate properties?
I have it worded as inn and hotel. I understand it's one property that has multiple buildings there.
Okay, but that's the Showway Acres, right? Is that the one it's referring to?
Right.
It's not referring to another, okay.
No, yeah.
All right, so 7's taken care of. 8. I assume everyone's fine with that. 9.
Fine.
Good. All right, 10 we already touched upon. 11. So that was testimony.
I think I just put the applicant is not phasing the project versus not in 10. That almost sounds like he may choose to do something later.
All right, 12, the perimeter fence, that was also testimony by the applicant.
So maybe the same thing on that. The applicant will install a perimeter fence.
Shall.
Or shall, or
Uh-uh.
whatever you said.
I was just going to suggest that. Uh, 13, the shared septic. 14 covers snow and trash removal in the mailbox. 15 is the unsuitable soils that was touched upon.
I think I'd like to add to that, that was only in the one location they tested. They only did a perk test on one spot of that lot. I just want that noted, so there could be other things in that lot. They're just going by the location of the perk test.
All right, so like in the event that unsuitable soils and buried debris is found elsewhere on the property, it shall be removed?
I mean, that'll be up to us in conditions, but he basically said there were unsuitable soils and debris found at the site of the perk test. Because that's all they dug up was the perk for the perk test.
Right.
They didn't dig anywhere else. And they will be removing that. They didn't state if they were going to be seeing if there was anything else on the site.
All right, 16, the affordable units condos fees.
On this one, I don't understand what's here. When it says the affordable units will only pay 3.86% in condo fees, percent of what? And market rate are going to pay over 15% of, again, of what?
I'm presuming that is based on the total. So the understanding that I got from the testimony was that they were offering to allow the affordable units, instead of having the condo fees evenly divisible per the 8 units, that the affordable units would pay a reduced rate or percent of the total condo fees, and that the market rate units would pay a higher percent of the total instead of, again, dividing the fees equally.
So I don't mean to dwell on details too much, but there's, in the way it's now being planned, there would be 3 bedrooms and 4 bedrooms. I assume that there's going to be a difference between what the 3 bedrooms pay and the 4 bedrooms pay. That's fairly typical. I don't know that. The applicant probably told us something about that, but 3.86% of what? The established condo fee for bedrooms of units of that size or something like that. It just doesn't.
So you could do, you did in Noreen, you could say the applicant stated the affordable units will only pay
of their
that the stated
yeah.
the affordable units will only pay 3.86 each in condo fees. The market rate units will pay the remaining 92.28%. Because they're going to base their condo fees off of square footages. And they can divide the other market units however they want them, as long as they add up to 92.28%.
So I think
the way I read it though is 100. Your market rates are going to pay 100% of whatever condo fee is established. Your affordable units are going to pay 3.86 of whatever's established for that particular unit size is probably, you see what I'm saying?
So maybe we could double check it. So how I was reading it as is that you'd have 100% condo fee as a total. And if each of the affordable units do the 3.86 of that 100% total, then all the remaining units have to make up that difference of the 92.82.
I just don't think it's that complicated, the way they do it. That would be very complicated to try to figure out that. It's not
Well,
usually
actually,
like that.
so actually, they do that a lot, but once they actually come up with what the fee is, that's what the percentage would be of the fee.
Exactly, that's what I just said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think if you put the
Yeah, when they were-
3.86 in condo fees and the market rate units, the remaining market rate units will pay a total of what the remaining percentage, so you can get up to 100%.
Yeah, the 100%. No, they pay 100% of the condo fee that's established. You're paying 3.86%, unless I'm not understanding this at all.
Okay, so
But
if you have
between
yeah.
our conversations, obviously it's not clear.
Okay, so just so I back up, these numbers were from the testimony by the applicant. And that's how this got put here, was they had stated that they were going to have, and they didn't specify per bedroom. They
No.
just said that they were going to have the affordable units, instead of paying 1/8 of the total fees, they were going to have this reduced 3.86%. And that the market rate units were then going to pay the 15 point, I forget exactly what the remainder was, of the fees, so that the market rate would be paying a higher percent. So rather than 1/8, they were going to be paying more, and that the affordable units were going to be paying less.
It doesn't make sense. Mathematically, it does that just doesn't make sense.
No, I think what it is that they were too lazy to go figure exactly what it was. It's 15.1 something for the
Yeah,
other.
see,
So you take 15 point.
I think they did. I actually think they did figure it out. I think they decided that the two affordable units are going to be at 3.86 each. They're not going to base it on living space. And that means you've got 6 remaining units there that are market rate. And those 6 units, however they want to divide it, have to make up the difference of 92.28%. Now, they could adjust each one of those. And if you take the 92.8, let's say they didn't go by square footage, if you divided those by the 6 remaining units, they'd all be paying 15.38%. I think that's where they were coming from.
Right.
I just want to make sure
Right.
that where it says 3.86 in condo, that the affordable units will only pay 3.86 in condo fees. The market rate units will pay the remaining percentage of the 92 point whatever. And then, which means they're all paying over 15%, however they want to break it down. You just want to show that that there's a 100% figure there somewhere, so they're not fudging numbers.
I'd go with that.
All right. Uh, 17 has to do with the parking. Through testimony, the applicant proposed a couple of 2-car garages, and we negotiated that down to single-car garages. Due to the difference that the 2-car garages create between the affordable and the market units. Is everyone all right with that language?
Yeah, so my only question there is on guest parking spots in driveways. So in a condo complex, there's a difference between how many spaces come with a unit and actual guest parking. And in many of these driveways, I assume they're parking the cars back to, lined up behind each other. So it would be better to say how many spaces are available per unit than saying they're actual guest spaces. if a building has a one-car garage, the garage space would count as one. And then if that driveway has two spaces, they would have two additional spaces.
Okay, so would you prefer that we say each unit will have the single car garage and that there will be two additional,
I mean, on all the units, not
spaces per
confusing,
unit?
but so on all the units, did they have besides the garage two spaces or any of the spaces different?
So that was their testimony, was that they were going to provide the garage and that there would be space for two vehicles in each individual driveway area.
Okay, so then that's what it would state. It would say they would have one space in the garage and then two spaces in the driveway.
Okay.
But I get rid of the word guest.
I think that last sentence in the first paragraph, there would be additional guest parking spots in driveways totaling 3 spaces per unit, makes it sound like there are 3 guest parking spaces per unit.
Yeah, that's why I'd get rid of the word guest because you know, a lot of complexes have separate guest parking. This complex doesn't have any.
All right. Anything else on the parking situation?
Yeah, the only other thing, and it's a question, that next part, which says that the board found that's here, that seems different than the way the rest of them are structured. Am I wrong? Meaning adding what the board found. Does that make sense?
I can change the wording if you'd have a preference
A
for that.
single car garage for 7 and a 2-car garage for 1. Should that actually be a separate finding? The board
Yeah.
found that the difference in the exterior appearance of the 2-car garage does create a sufficient difference between market and affordable units such that it would be beyond the DHC guidelines, requiring the affordable market rate units be indistinguishable, so single car garages would apply. We basically said you can't have a 2-car garage, they all have to be the same.
That's pretty much my question. It sounds like it's a separate thing.
I mean, if you wanted to, I suppose you could do 17 and 17A because it relates to 17, but that's up to you.
You can make it 18 because.
Yep,
the next
I
item
moved
up is
18.
19.
There you go.
Yeah,
Yeah, 18's missing, right?
yeah,
Yeah,
18
we'll
got
pop
moved.
that as 18.
Good call. All right, 19, if we're all set to jump up to 19.
Well, I
How's
kind of
Goodwood?
get lost in this. And I guess my thing is, so we had what was originally proposed, then we had what we have now. And then where's this going? What's the... And this all relates to all that the other points that are more towards the beginning of the document, having to do with the size.
And on the sentence that says the applicant acknowledged the Mass Housing stated preference for smaller units, but reported that Mass Housing did not identify the number of bedrooms as an area of concern, they did identify the town's concern for smaller units, and it actually stated in there that they wanted 1 to 2 bedroom units. So
Right, this was again, the testimony that was given by the development team.
I agree, and I remember all of what you're saying. It's just that it seems like we have a little bit of it up front, then we have a little bit a few pages later, and then we have this, which is really kind of the crux of it, or the real finding is that part of it. I don't know It just seems like if it were all kind of together, it might be better.
And the only thing that I would say is
And-
where it says the board discussed the town's desire for smaller units, I think it should be related to the sentence before it. The board discussed that Mass Housing did identify the town's desire for smaller units. And actually, you can even look it up. I think it even said 1 to 2 bedroom units. It was actually stated. Actually,
Well,
you have the quote at the beginning.
Exactly, and you have your housing, town housing expert who said 1 and 2 bedrooms is what we need. And I recall in a prior 40B, we had a whole discussion about how many of this and how many of that are in the HPP. And I don't have it before me, but I think if you looked back on that, you'd find that we put all those numbers in there, Noreen. And I believe that they have for home ownership, we really have, you'd have to check, but I think we've met the numbers in the HPP for 3 and 4 bedroom units now.
Yeah, I'm not sure I can check on that data. I'm not sure if I've seen something related.
Well, I could tell you it's in the HPP, the number of units, and for example, for the 5 years,
Right.
our needs and targeted development goals for 3+ bedrooms, we have 28 for 5 years. And even for 2 bedrooms, we're at 14 is what the need is and the goal. I mean, it's not much because you have to remember what they really want in the HPP is rental. It's just something to follow up on.
All right. Anything else about 19? All right, 20.
I think it would be nice if we had on here where you're talking about making the comparison percentages of increases, if that's the point. Meaning, when you're talking about the changes, right? In size, square footage, in the different units. Is that the point?
So what I was capturing here was again the testimony where what they originally filed for and what they revised to, as opposed to suggesting that they increased some unit by X%, because I don't know that that's specifically helpful.
Well, I think to have both is kind of helpful. Like, for example, it was increased by 170 square feet, which is over a 10% increase. And it seems like, and I'm not really sure, but it seems like there are 2 big thoughts in here, and one is about that historical dwelling, different than making some kind of finding about the sizes of the other ones, meaning between affordable and market rates. Isn't that what's going on here? And then the second to the last sentence, the initial proposal by the applicant was for both affordable units to be the smallest units, 1,700 square feet. I think the next one, and 2,300 square feet in parentheses. and not the 2100?
So I'm wondering if it would be more helpful to have people send me changes that they propose. I did take notes at our last meeting and was putting in changes based on what was suggested. But I think rather than my guessing if I'm getting the wording that you want the way you want it would be to maybe just send me your requests. Because certainly this there's a lot to fix in a document this size.
I guess my thing here is I don't quite understand. It seems like I'd like to know what the thoughts are, what the themes are in here, because it's almost like I get lost in it. Does that make sense? What was being captured?
Sure. I guess again, whatever suggestions people have would be helpful to me.
Well, maybe I'm the only person that has an issue with it.
So maybe you could try to just go over some of the stuff we do tonight and see what kind of changes you would suggest in there, send it out, and then we'll all, within a day or so, send comments back if there's any additional changes.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful if people actually send in whatever they would like to see versus my guessing is this meeting, what you're looking for, or if you suggest cutting something from one location and pasting it elsewhere, that you provide me with that so that I can set this up the way you would like.
That sounds good.
All right. So we can definitely do that. Any other major issues that anyone wants to point out? Or are we just gonna forward what we need to Noreen?
Well, if you're going to do changes to maybe we should at least then go over, if we're going to send in our own changes for the findings, we should at least go over the conditions and see if we're all on the same page as the conditions.
All right.
The findings she can make some changes to, and they can send them back and forth, and we'll see the final changes with everything encompassed. But on the conditions, since we can only discuss it when we're here, we might as well go over those tonight.
All right. We'll just we'll review them similar to the findings.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. Number one is a listing of the site plan and the other sheets detailing the specifics of the project. I don't think there's any issue with that.
No, it's in all the sheets, and we wouldn't have access, so Noreen would know that those are all the sheets.
I thought it was very, very good to put it in terms of prior to site work and all of the rest of that. I thought that was hugely important and a great improvement.
All right, so as, like you said, Mary, the prior to site work, the number two is construction hours. Number three is the language we've been using as a contact person.
So on the number one, on number two, I'm sorry, where it gets to the list where it starts talking about stabilizing soil. Is that when, Noreen, we have to put in something that soil and erosion controls, what that actual standard is that engineering keeps sending us?
Oh, we certainly can.
Yeah, maybe we should just put it there just because they bring it up all the time anyways, and at least it gives a definition of what it is.
Good point, Bob. Three is the contact person, that language that we've been using. Four is the utility pole.
On the on number 3, and this is just a question, Noreen, since we're now gonna have that, whatever that clerk of the works is,
A site inspector, yeah.
so should he be listed in that on number 3 or no?
Well, I think the intent here is that if there is a problem relating to the actual construction, so that would be someone who's responsible for the construction, being the company, versus the site inspector is just to oversee or inspect the work that's done. If
So
there's
he'd have access anyways through the building department or through the ZBA if he needed.
Right, but if
Fine.
this is just so that if there's an emergency or whatever, that there's 24-hour contact to a responsible person. So the site inspector can't specifically manage something that's going on at the site, but whoever's responsible for the site would.
Okay, that makes sense. So I have a question with number 4, and this is just a general question regarding that utility pole. I would think we would want to have that utility pole moved prior to any construction. It's in the middle of the driveway. So it may be in here somewhere, but when we get to the section where it regards that utility pole, that's something that
But-
should be done in advance.
But what if they're doing that as part of perhaps their driveway or something?
Well, I think the problem is you can't get any trucks in there without the utility pole moved or someone's gonna hit something. So even if they decide they want to do a driveway, they gotta move the utility pole.
All right, so do you want to require that take place prior to?
Yeah, I think it's better off to have it take place prior to, at least prior to construction.
Okay,
It's because it's in a tight spot and somebody will bang into it. And if you bang into
Okay.
it there, they bring down everything there.
okay.
Yeah, continue. Now, again, on number 5, the prior to starting the work, is that where it says Department of Public Works representative, that's separate from the clerk of the works peer engineer, right?
Yes, so that,
So is site inspector, is that him, the site inspector?
yes, so this is just a pre-construction meeting that would be with all applicable town departments.
So the name of that, whatever that, is that
It's
the
the
designation that we
The site
use?
inspector is the outside peer review.
Okay,
All right, so that takes care of 5. 6,
so on number 6, where it says a site inspector will be designated for this project, it's designated from the town, right? Or am I wrong on that?
So yes, it would be.
So maybe just add that in, I said,
Yeah.
so that he knows it's not his own.
Okay.
Everyone's always looking for holes. I'm trying to plug the holes.
What's a 53G account?
So that's a special account that the town will accept money from the developer to fund, and the town would then pay the site inspector from that account, but it's an interest-bearing account, so it's set up separately and it's allowed for by law.
Noreen, didn't
Okay.
we actually approve some wordage at one of our prior meetings, setting all this up?
So we did vote in town, in the zoning board's rules to allow this to take place.
Can we reference that?
But that was actually, okay. That established the ability to have an outside consultant to do the review starting at the very beginning of 40B developments. This 40B had already been applied for. So you did not have an outside consultant doing the engineering review at the beginning. This is an engineer site inspector coming in on the backside. So it probably would not be helpful to reference the board's rules for filing with the 40B because that the timing varied.
Okay.
I can make a quick procedural note, and thank you, Ken, for chiming in the webinar chat. The time is now 10:15, and we did not take a vote to go beyond 9:30. So does anyone want to make that retroactive motion?
I will make a motion. We go beyond the 9:30 to finish out the review of this draft.
Second.
All right, motion was made by Bob to continue this evening, made by, seconded by Ed. Roll call vote. Bob?
Robert Dugan, aye.
Mary?
Barry, aye.
Ed?
Mary Berry, aye. Sorry.
What is it?
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
Scott?
Scott Zelinski, aye.
James?
James Morse, aye.
Ken?
Ken Forman, aye.
And TJ Hurry, aye. So the night is continuing. All right. Sorry for the interruption. Where were we?
That's a good catch.
All the credit goes to Ken.
Thank you, Ken. Okay, so on number 6, where it says that site inspector reports directly to the town, does that cover you, Noreen, so that if you needed any information from him just for the ZBA, he can report it? You actually have to go through somebody.
No, so the person is essentially acting in the town's stead. So they would report directly to us or to engineering with their findings.
So does it have to, I'm just asking, can it just say reports to the town, or does it have to say to engineering and the ZBA? Is there any specifics? Or however they set it up? I know that we're the permitting authority for this in general, so I just assume that they would have to report to us along with somebody else.
So in lieu of just the town, you'd rather have the specification ZBA and engineering?
Yeah, so at least, if it's more than ZBA engineering, that's fine, but at least that we're listed in there as somebody specific, so we get the
Okay.
info. Seven's just the 10 engineering standards for soil and erosion, so that should be fine.
So who are we gonna change the report to?
On number 6?
Yeah.
Well, I just
Report directly.
instead of just the word town, whatever Noreen thinks it should be, so that we're actually named in that. Like if they're only
Yeah.
supposed to report to
be-
engineering and us, then just say engineering and us.
Yeah.
They may also have to report the building department. If so, then you can have the building department in, but whoever they're supposed to report to.
They shouldn't report to the building department. They should report to Noreen.
Well, I think so too. I think Noreen should be on speed dial, but we'll see however she wants to put
Well,
it in.
so, but here's my background in engineering issues is slim. So if they call me up to tell me that something was an XYZ result, I might not even know if that was good or bad. So I think involving engineering is a very good thing.
Yeah, so you'd put engineering and the zoning board.
But then you just pick up the phone and call the engineer.
We just want to make sure that we're supplied with the information. We don't get cut out.
Yeah.
That's why I think it should be one person, Noreen, and then if it's out of her area of expertise, then she calls the whoever it is.
Agree.
Forward it over.
Yeah, one focal point. Some guys love it to have 3 or 4 bosses.
Yeah.
They use one
I
against
mean,
the other. Yeah.
I mean, so this person is standing instead of the usual inspections done by town engineering.
So does he take place of town engineering?
Yes.
So
but-
he makes his own decisions, correct?
Well, right, but so it's going to be still under the general auspices of town engineering. In other words, if the town has specific requirements about what's to be inspected and at what time, et cetera, this person will be following that.
So then just put engineering and ZBA, just make it understood that whatever they send to them, they need to send a copy to you.
Yeah.
But they're basically
Yeah.
delegating their authority to that individual.
Yeah.
All right. 8 has to do with the landscaping.
So on number
Yeah.
8, where it says a final landscape plan should be provided to include any site layout revisions, does it say when?
Well, it's prior to, based on this, isn't it, prior to site work?
All right.
Any other concerns about 8?
Yeah, I think it'd be nice to reference the, I always like references to things that are substantial. So there's a Massachusetts prohibited plant list where it talks about any invasive vegetation shall be removed. I would reference that.
And what was that called again?
It's the Massachusetts prohibited plant list. It's actually was updated 11 of 2017.
Okay.
And Mary, if you
And
don't
then
mind
I
me,
could be, I'm sorry.
oh, if you don't mind me asking, how did you come across such a list?
Oh, it's easy. Massachusetts has a list for everything and it's in law.
You sure do.
It just looked like this, the limit of work line shall be installed and inspected prior to site disturbance. I thought that was also in 7. Is that a repeat of something in 7 or is it different? Just a question. Is that different? The limit of work is demarcated in the field and approved. Is that part of that or not? I don't know. Small.
Yeah, it may be duplicative. Let's see.
Wait, where you list the trees to be protected and preserved shall be identified in the field. Is that a point where the actual tree warden should be involved out there so he also sees what the situation is?
So we're told that we're not allowed to have the tree warden
Because it's private?
comment on private property.
Okay. So on a side note to that, could we put in that the tree warden would visit the site to identify any trees on public property to maintain that those are protected?
Well, I think that the developer did identify which particular trees they were saving and which ones they were not. Um,
So my question was on, and I'm not even sure if there is one. I'd have to drive by and look. But
And,
on the
and I
cit-
believe if it is a public tree, I believe they have to ask permission for that.
Well, they do, but the reason I bring it up is you had with all the road construction with the town and when they were redirecting through Shore and Nye, all of the delivery trucks have taken down all the public mature trees on Nye Road. And none of that was checked in advance. And if you go down Nye Road right now, all the large trees are half missing because they literally had to cut them down because of the increased damage. So I just want to know if there is a public tree there, can they at least document it in advance? Because it just seems that when you have these large construction projects, even if there's these detours, that when these public trees get damaged, the town isn't around at the time. And then you got to figure out what you do to them. And in some of these cases, the trees have been in there, 50, 60, hundreds of years, and they don't seem to be going in to replace them. So just a side note, if there is a public tree near that construction entrance, it really should be identified by the tree warden in advance, placement condition, so that he can check after and see if there's been any damage to them at all.
Okay.
All right. Anything else regarding 8? 9, and now we're getting into prior to building permit. And again, Noreen, I like that addition.
I think that's excellent to break it down that way. It's much easier even to read, and it makes no question of what the definition is. You can just go to the section. This is prior building, prior to site, after building. It was really a nice addition.
Thank you.
So I just had a question on 9. Is the contractor, that site inspector, doing this or not? Meaning approving the bond? Or is it the engineering division?
So the engineering division has specific requirements regarding bonds that they will require for driveway permits.
Right.
So they would still be in charge of requiring whatever bond it is. And, I'm assuming that the site inspector will be doing specific inspections for them on that, but the town would still be requiring that bond.
And they would be the ones that would be approving
Well,
the release of the bond too?
So it would still be town engineering that would determine, what the bond's going to be and if conditions are met to return it.
So then the site engineer, the site inspector's probably just telling them that it's okay to release, or do you think that's actually being done by the engineering division?
I would assume that the site inspector will be, for example, on site during maybe some phase of the driveway and will be making sure that it's done according to town standards. But while they may provide input to the town, it will be the town's choice to determine if the conditions of the bond are met.
Okay, I just was curious.
Yep.
Just one other comment on number 9, where it says the shared driveway shall remain private, change that to the condominium driveway shall remain private, because it's not really shared.
Okay.
Or condominium complex, however you want to work it.
Or I could just take out the shared.
Yeah, you could. The driveway shall remain private.
All right, 10. Has to do with the historical.
So where it says the applicant shall provide a report, the applicant shall provide a report by a licensed inspector. Confirming the presence of absence of any hazardous materials such as special lead. In that inspection should go to the board, should actually go to the state, the Board of Health locally, and the building commissioner. So as far as lead paint goes, by law, once they do that inspection for lead, that has to be on file with the state. DEP, I assume it's the same with other hazardous materials. You have to have a licensed inspector that is approved by the state in order to get the report done.
Right,
Because
now
you can, yeah.
Would the
go ahead.
Board of Health be essentially directing that?
No, so the problem is there's a state inspectors list, and you might be able to refer to it on the state website. You have to have an inspector that's certified by the state for the individual hazards. And then once that report is done, the reason I say must be submitted to the state as well as the Board of Health is because many licensed inspectors offer an owner's inspection that is not given to the state. It's just kind of like, here it is in case you have to get rid of something. And I just want to make sure they're using a licensed inspector. And that report would be supplied to the Board of Health, the building commissioner, and quite honestly, I'd like them to supply the report to us. It's public record once it's done.
But now the reporting would only go into the state if there was something found, correct?
No, the reporting goes into the state whether it's found or not. What the report does, it says,
Okay.
it says what all the levels are, if they're found, and if the levels are there, are they above what's allowed by
Okay,
law or not? So either way, it gets reported.
okay.
And then at
so
the bottom.
Is there a specific division of the state that goes to?
Well, I know that there is with lead paint. I don't know what it is with asbestos,
Okay,
or other materials, but the lead paint one is very easy to find. And actually, I can probably get you the state information for the lead paint.
okay.
And the same thing at the bottom when it says applicant shall follow strict construction protocol to ensure no exposure in. If it's found, it actually can only be remediated by a licensed remediator with the state. So
So would that not be through the Board of Health and Building Commissioner that?
Board of Health here, I don't even think gets involved. It's all state. Once you, let's say you did a lead paint test and they happen to find lead paint there and that gets reported
Right.
to the state.
Right,
Now you have to get a state licensed remediator to actually do the either removal or remediation. In this case, where they're tearing that front house down, I don't think they're going to be doing encapsulants. I think they're just going to be removing it all, which is the best thing to do. In that case, that person does it, and then they have to file with the state how they did it, the precautions they took. So it's not just a construction protocol, it's very specific with the EPA. Now, the health department may know the links for it, but nothing gets turned in here to the health department regarding lead paint. It all goes to the state.
I
I
also
assume-
think in the state of Massachusetts, you cannot encapsulate, you cannot do that. You have to actually scrape it all off if you're
Yeah.
leaving it.
Yeah, I think if it's a new construction, you have to. In fact, in some cases, if they find it there, they'll have to cover the entire building in. I've seen it done on
Yes.
some of the buildings at the Village Green a while back where they enclose it in. But that's
Yes.
all state guideline. Now the state might send something to the Board of Health saying it's done. But I think it's all through DEP.
Right?
And
Anything else?
actually, this is only to this permit, but it should probably be noted that if they're doing that now, it should probably be conditioned that they do no work with that Sylvanus Robinson house until this is done. Because you may have people in there that are contractors that even aren't aware of what the laws are and could be changing out windows, doors, flooring now. The moment that stuff's pulled up, all of that has gone into the air. So I would just make a note on it that even now, nothing should be done.
Are they working on it now?
No, I have no idea, but I just, most people, when they buy properties and they're gonna tear them down, when someone has a day off, you take stuff apart. So I have no idea. But it's well within the lead paint laws went all the way up to 1978. The older houses were loaded with them. There's some safe lead levels you can use, but you can't have those in any kind of year round.
No.
But just in like Noreen, I'll try to get you whatever the state link is.
Okay.
They can give you the information, but I just want to make sure that they show that they're licensed.
Okay.
It's very specific.
Okay.
I bet there's also requirements for disposal.
There's requirements for everything with it. That's why they have to do it's very specific.
And I think
when-
the asbestos issue becomes an EPA issue.
Yeah. The historic commission here may be able to even help you with that because they must deal with this all the time with renovations.
All right. 11. That's typical language.
Yeah.
12, certified plot plan. $13. It's the removal of the second car bay. And the fourth bedroom for unit 3.
Yeah, I've got a question on that, on the removal of the second car bay from building 5. Was there any, was that car bay in addition to the building, or was there currently something over it?
I think it was partially set in. I'd have to look back at the plans.
So just some kind of wording there that if they're removing the bay, any currently there as living space, they wouldn't be adding that on. It tends that when you remove a garage, they'll tend to just take the garage out, but then increase the living space using the inside of the garage. Because in all these units, when they're saying 2,600 square feet or 24, they're not including space in a garage.
Okay.
Uh, 14.
Do we know that they're going to identify it as the 40 Shore Street Homeowners Association?
I'm guessing I got that language from
You
someone
probably,
within-
you probably did. You may want to check with Frank
Okay.
and just say that they said it was the 40 Shore Street Homeowners Association. Find out if they decide to change that naming. Is there an additional language you have to put in there? Like or signs or whatever the final designation.
Okay, or what we could do is we could swap out and have it be a lowercase homeowners association so that it's not,
Yeah, that's probably better. Just saying.
not
maintain the
identifying it as a
Yeah.
specific name.
Yep, that's better.
Right.
We include its successors and assigns as well.
Correct.
Going on with the perpetuity language.
Absolutely.
Sure.
All right. 15. This again touches upon the condo fees.
So on that, where it says condominium fees shall be adjusted to 3.86 for each affordable unit versus homeowner. The fees are actually attached to the units.
Yes, they are. I would
And then-
also add in perpetuity. I'd take out the adjusted too. I'd just say be
Actually-
whatever it is in perpetuity.
And actually, that's covered under number 2. So an affordable deed rider specifying that the affordable units shall remain affordable in perpetuity.
No, that's the affordable.
No, that's
part of
just-
it.
yeah,
It's
that's
a
just-
condo fee.
No, you're correct.
That's
Yeah,
talking
it's the-
about the condo fee. And how are, just a question, how are one-time assessments handled?
It's usually determined by the condominium association once it's established.
But is there any kind of a break for people who are in affordable units?
Unless you specify it.
Sometimes they can be quite high.
Certainly can be.
I think there was something like 30,000 for each unit on a place right here in the harbor.
Wow.
Do you want to add some language about
Correct.
a one-time
Yeah.
assessment?
I don't know how you put it in there, but you'd have to put some kind of language that says on any special assessment, the affordable units would be adjusted at the lower percentage. I just don't know how you'd write it out.
3.86.
What happened, I went through it once when I went through this once on a condo that I was involved in, and there was, what we did was we had a first meeting, once the builder was gone, we had a meeting of everybody, and we elected officers, and then we also said, we will now decide whether to make major assessments based on need, or do we put in a start a savings fund based on anticipated expenditures for like painting or roof, anything big. And so
you-
we got everybody to.
Could you
agree
put in
to-
this? could
We
you
got
add-
everybody to agree. No,
Could we just put in here that the
well, it has
affordable
to be
units
voted on by the
are-
condominium association.
Could we
I don't think
just put
that's
in
our
here that?
job to.
So could we add in here that the affordable units are exempt from special assessments?
Oh, no.
I don't know how you can do.
Yeah, I
think so.
don't know
think
if you
that'd
can
be
do that.
against- That'd be against the law.
So
My-
maybe you
my
could find out from
understanding
Frank,
it
is
had
there
to
a
be voted
percentage?
in by the condominium association.
And I feel like we've dealt with this issue before.
Yes.
Just with this scheme being so common about condos being proposed with 40Bs and how this affects the affordable units. I just don't remember
Do you
what the,
want me to
what the
ask?
actual outcome was.
Do you want me to ask Frank what he would recommend as language for a one-time assessment? Or a
Yeah, if
special
it's
assessment?
even
Yeah.
possible. I don't know. But it,
Because the special assessments in some cases aren't one-time assessments. I mean, you can get them that are on there for
They
for
are.
years. And if you have a large special assessment on an affordable unit and they need to sell that as an affordable unit, that special assessment may no longer make it affordable.
Right.
While we're on the subject, and
well, you
this may
can
go-
you can lose your unit that way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it could, and that's
The
why I
condo
would,
association gets their lawyer to go against you in court, and that's the unit.
Super lean.
so I would ask Frank, is it possible for affordable units to be exempt from special assessments?
Yeah, I don't.
Probably not, but you
No.
might be able to get the percentage. I don't know. It's worth a try to ask the question.
In Noreen, this might have happened a while back because I just forgot about it, but where it says that these condominium fees are adjusted for the affordable units by 3.86%, you have to put something in there, but that does not change the percentage of their voting rights. Their rights to vote have to be on par with the rest of the development. Because what happens a lot is that they lower the percentages for the, for your fees.
Right.
And they also then lower your voting
Yeah.
percentage. So there needs to be something in it. Frank would know whatever the
Okay.
line is, so that by lowering the condo affordability on the percentage, that does not diminish their voting rights in the association.
Okay.
Does anybody know anybody living in the condo complex on Gifford Street? The one that took 10 years to build?
No.
No.
Let me see if I can get a copy of that. Because that's gotta have the same problem that we're
But
talking
actually,
about here.
that went through the town, so Frank should actually have a copy of all the documents, because he would have had to approve them. He would have had to review that
wouldn't hold
project
your-
just like this one.
I wouldn't hold your breath on
We
it.
could check.
I'll see what I can do.
All right, 16. I think we'll be all right with that. It's typical language we have. Prior to occupancy permit, 17. Also with that one. 18. The as-built plans.
Yeah, I've got one question on number 17, and this is a general question I've had on other ones too. So when you're doing these projects and it's not phased in, when you say that one affordable unit must be completed for 3 market rate, isn't it the same thing when they do sales? You need to sell an affordable unit, and then you can do 2 or 3 market, and then before you do the rest of them, you have to sell another affordable unit again, so that you don't get a project that sells all the market rate units, and then waits to do the affordable units last.
Well, I think you kind of capture that where you don't let them have the final market unit until the affordables are done.
But this says the unit must be completed. It doesn't say
Yeah.
the unit must be transferred.
Yeah, so if somebody's not phasing, I guess it doesn't necessarily help to say that you're going to do 1 affordable unit for 3 markets, because that just may not be the way they build it. I don't know.
So could we put something in that for each, you have to sell 1 affordable unit? Can we put something in there, even though it's not phased, so that they can't just do all the market rates, and then after everything else is done, then they'll do the affordable units?
Well, I think
Even-
it brings to my mind what is meant by they're not going to phase. I mean, I understand what the word means, but in this case, you have eight units. Are they all going to be done at the same time? Is that what that really means?
So that's what he's saying. He's saying that
Then-
normally if they phase, they do it for construction costs versus anything
Right.
else. They do part of the project, then the next. And when we do those, we make sure that, the affordables are taken in the first phase, and now you move on to the second one. In this case, where they're doing the whole thing at once, there should be something in there that they can't sell all the market rates and leave the affordable ones last.
Well, I guess here's another question. One of these is not a brand new unit. It already exists. It's a renovation. Is that one going to be done at the same time too? Is that part of the phase? I mean, I'm just asking the question of what do people mean by it's not going to be phased?
So they presented this as if the whole project, all the buildings will be completed, and then they would transfer them out. They'd complete everything first.
And
They
what do you
wouldn't be
mean
doing
by
that.
transfer out?
Well, would be sold. So my thing would be, you'd want something in here that says for every
That's not
three, for
true.
every
It is-
three, yeah, for every 3 market rate units that sell, you must have sold a affordable
But-
unit.
But wait a minute, because I think Ed's gonna say something.
Yeah, you look at his track record and what he's been doing, that his idea of doing them all at once could be 3 or 4 years. He wouldn't like to hear that, but that's what he's done. He's got a lot of jobs unfinished around town.
Well, I don't know anything about that part of it, but I do know that just generally speaking, somehow I can't imagine that our idea of phased is the same as what other people's is. Meaning, I don't think he's going to put everything up. He's going to get 8 building permits, occupancy permits all at the same time.
So that's what he's proposing.
Is that what that means?
That's what he's
And
proposing.
then, so all of them will be completed exactly on the same day.
They'll all be completed and then he'll sell them as a setup. I just would like something in there that says, for every 3 market rate units that are sold, you must sell one of the affordable units.
Yes, I think that's smart.
I don't want a situation where someone can just sell the market rate units and literally, honestly, they could let the affordable units sit for a while if they had to.
But why would they?
There's a lot of different reasons.
There are reasons.
Yeah, if you don't
Financial.
put it,
Yeah,
I mean,
financial.
yeah, it seems that nowadays you really need to list everything in that you want them to do specifically. If you don't put it in there, it won't happen.
Okay, I'm game. I just was curious.
Yeah, and it shouldn't be a problem whether he phases or not, that for every 3 market rate units that sell, he has to sell an affordable unit. And at least it gets you guarantee the first one in the first half of the complex and then one with the second half.
If that's
Yeah.
something we can put in there, if that's within our purview.
Yeah, I'm just trying to
think we should
I
do
know
it.
that there's typically a lottery that's held for the affordable units.
Yeah.
And so I would guess that that lottery would be at the same time for both the affordable units.
I would too, Noreen. That's kind of why
Well,
I
so
brought
that-
it all up.
So that if we say he has to sell one affordable unit with every 3 market rate, it doesn't mean he couldn't sell both of the affordable units. It
Right.
just means for every 1 affordable, he can only do 3 markets.
But how is that fair? I mean, what if they go and do all of the marketing and nobody, I mean, just hypothetically, nobody shows up wanting to buy it, then you've said something that isn't attainable.
Well, you could sell all the market rate units, and then after you could decide you want to set up the lottery process.
Well, I suppose you could say something like that they have to begin the marketing process or whatever that process is. At the same time, they put the other ones up for sale or something like that.
I just want to make sure that you don't
Does
have
that make
projects where they can sell all the market rate units and then do the lotteries and stuff last.
Well, then why don't you say something like when you list the market rate units, the lottery process has to begin at the same time that happens, or whatever it is that makes sense in the process.
See, if you put that he has to sell a affordable unit for every 3 market, he can do the lottery system right away. It's however he can dirk it, but he knows that you can't go on to the next 3 without at least literally selling. The lottery process goes in and somebody's in the unit. You got somebody that's actually living in the complex.
Well, if it's lawful for us to do it, it sounds fine.
I
but
guess
I don't know.
the only concern I have here is that this lottery process, et cetera, takes place outside of my venue. And I just want to make sure I'm not creating an issue for whoever's going to be doing that piece of the work.
So check, but if you put it in that way, you're not limiting the lottery process. You're not saying he can't do both affordable units right away if he wants to. You're just guaranteeing that if he does sell the market rate units, he can't just sell all of them and do the affordable ones last.
I know, but if you said like, okay, so I put up my I sell 3 of them, but I've done everything I was supposed to for that affordable, but something doesn't go right in the process. And we've seen that before. Up in North Falmouth, they had those issues where nobody put in for them. And then you're holding up, it seems like.
North Falmouth, I think, had a different situation. I think that it wasn't just that nobody put in for them. They actually had to adjust the purchase prices.
Right, the financing was off in terms of.
They had people
Okay,
that
if you guys think
qualified,
it's
so-
fair, that's fine with me.
Yeah.
I don't want to.
No, I
It's
think
all-
it's no.
it's all right, Mary.
It's a good.
No,
it's a
it's
good discussion to
okay.
have. I just want to protect the affordable units. I mean, that's really the only thing we're getting out of these is that someone's going to be living in them, and I just don't want them to be an end of process situation. Now we've done the complex, and now we're going to put you in.
All right, so how about instead of 1 affordable unit must be completed per 3 market rate, that you just say,
Well, it's not completed because he's building them all at the same time. It's the actual sold.
right, so instead of completed, why don't you say 1 affordable unit must be sold per 3 market rates?
For every 3 market rates.
So, all right,
That's good.
Sure.
okay. It's past my bedtime.
Oh, that's
Mine too. Bob, how long was that extension for with the?
It was until we finished this.
Oh,
I left
boy.
it open ended.
Oh boy.
Yeah,
I noticed that's what you said.
I didn't realize there were 56 of these things. I thought I was only going 2 pages up. Well, maybe the rest will go faster. Number 19 is basic. That's that section 99.1. Number 20 is the utility easement. That's an automatic. 21 is the as-built from the water superintendent. '22 is the lottery agent plan and marketing plan. That's basic.
Is there any need to approve it or no? That's outside of the purview.
Yeah, I don't think we get to prove it. Someone else
Yeah,
just.
that's outside.
So
of
all it is putting it in a file.
Yep.
Okay.
But at least we know they have it.
Three.
Oh, then I guess we go to additional conditions. Maximum height of the dwelling shall be 30 feet. We know that they're all not 30 feet, but that covers it.
No more than 30 feet.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Number 25 should probably be highlighted. Can you highlight decisions?
I know, really.
Single family.
Bold, italicize.
Hmm. Hmm.
26. So not to beat a dead horse, but was it the annual income percentage, and then what was it, the actual price of the units up in North Falmouth? Is that what the issue was?
Yeah, they did the percentage. What was happening was that the people were qualifying, but not for the amount that they wanted to sell the units for.
Ah. Mm-hmm.
I also thought it was a marketing problem too, wasn't it?
I think you're right, Mary.
Yeah.
All right. How does 26 look then? '27? If everyone's also.
Can you put at the end of 26 that just at the beginning of that, any increase, that no increase in the number of bedrooms is allowed? And then put any increase is a violation of the zoning bylaws?
All right, so you want no increases allowed and any increase would be a violation?
Yeah, I just want something in there. I know any increase is a violation is great. I just want something to state that that you cannot increase, period. Something
Yeah.
a little firmer that just says.
Yeah.
Since people tend not to read these, so. 27.
Okay.
I'd make a reference to what the bylaws it says.
It's a good idea.
I'm sorry, I missed that. A reference to,
The actual section of the zoning bylaws that prohibits it. That's what you're saying. It's a violation of what part of the zoning bylaw?
oh, no, it's not that. It's what you're saying is that the number of bedrooms that they represented to you and the number of bedrooms you've voted is all that there is allowed, period. And that they cannot take, for example, an office and convert it to a bedroom. So there's no bylaw section. You're just telling them that what you voted is in cement and that they cannot modify that.
Well, you
So-
say no
so what-
increase in the number of bedrooms is a violation of the zoning bylaws.
Oh. Sorry.
To make-
Maybe, yeah, maybe I was thinking Board of Health or something, but no, all right, so I'll fix that.
And this comprehensive permit. So if it is a
Yeah,
violation of
maybe
zoning
it's just
bylaw,
a violation of the comprehensive permit. All right, so I'm gonna take out the word zoning bylaw. Of this.
shouldn't have mentioned it.
No, that's good. So I'm just gonna take out zoning bylaw and it will say,
Comprehensive.
there's no increase allowed and that any increase would be a violation of this
Yeah.
comprehensive permit.
There you go.
Yep. So what happens if it's a violation of the comprehensive permit?
That's a good question. I think the intent for the language here is that many times there are bonus rooms that are constructed or office or studio. And the firm message to owners is that those cannot be converted to be an additional bedroom, period.
So what if
Can
they
you-
do it? My,
Well,
my point is simply, is there something that happens to people if they violate this?
Yeah, I don't know how that falls out. Similar to any dwelling unit within the town. If somebody converts that, I suppose if upon sale or the Board of Health catches this, I'm not sure how that works.
Can you put in there that sentence must be referenced in the condominium documents,
Sure.
in the rules and regulations?
Yes. It also depends on whether you have any enforcement of the bylaws and the rules in the town.
Well, I'm with you, Ed, on that, but
We
I'm
don't have
here
a
to
very
tell
good
you if we
enforcement.
have some penalty that's in something, then one, it makes some people think twice about doing it. But it also means that if we do get enforcement, people will, you publicize it and then there will start to be people not do that.
Yeah, I don't know how you're going to have someone go into a private residence and check to see if they've converted space.
I'll tell you, you don't, but if it is listed in the condominium documents, you're gonna get other condominium owners that are pretty much gonna police it.
Yeah.
And they've got
Yes.
teeth at that point because it's written in in the recorded documents.
Yep.
Right.
On, I had a question on number 27. It mentions, no creation of additional housing units or any other structures such as sheds without further approval. When we're doing these high density projects, I don't think we should allow anything else there anyways. Can we just say not allowed?
Well, here's the thing is that the law allows that if somebody has a change, that they can come back to you. So what this is emphasizing is that they can't do anything, including sheds, without coming back to you. So it's just sort of to reinforce.
But if you read this, I'm saying, if you read this and you were somebody buying it or something out there, would you think that where it says any other structures or sheds, that's something that might be allowed? I'm just saying with the density of the units right now, we're giving a permit for increased density.
Right.
They're pretty much maxed out the lot. There isn't room for anything.
Right. So I wouldn't anticipate that that would ever be the case.
So shouldn't it just not allow it? No change? Well, with the permit we've given for the structures there are the structures you have to deal with, and you can't you couldn't even come to ask for a change.
Yeah, but you can't tell people they can't come to ask for a change because they legally can.
Well, why would you even put it in then?
I mean, you have specifically any other structures, so if we've already maxed out the structures.
Yeah, but well, I don't know.
Maybe you could just check. It just seems weird. It almost seems like you'd be allowed somehow to add a shed or
well, all right. So
You're inviting them.
so
You're inviting them, right?
Yeah, but
Admit it.
in some developments you have, now this is different in that you've got shared property, but you have other developments where individual lots have been cut. And so this is probably one of those kind of universal messages to people. I mean, I could certainly take it out.
I understand that individuals, if you're dealing with house complexes and everyone's on a separate lot and then somebody wants to try to get a shed, you could say no.
Yeah.
But in this case, it's basically shared land with these structures on it, and we've maxed out the entire lot. So I think it's going to be very clear that other structures will not be allowed. Period.
Okay.
I mean, you couldn't subdivide it. You couldn't add additional
Then they
housing.
can come to the zoning board. They can come to the zoning board later and ask again, and the answer will be no.
All right, so do you want me to just take
Here
that?
we're almost inviting.
Well, can you just put as the statement, or maybe that there shall be no further division or subdivision of the premises or creation of additional housing units or any other structures, period.
Okay. All right, fine.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, okay.
That's okay.
There you go. That works.
All right. And it is past 11 o'clock.
Oh.
I'm
Go
running out of
faster.
steam. I'm running out of steam personally. I don't know about anyone else.
Well, it looks like we're going to have to come back to this. So what I would recommend is, we are going to have to pick another date to vote, obviously. So I will put in the changes that you've requested, but I would please ask when I send you a Word document that if you have specific language you would like, or take this from here and put it there, where this is such a lengthy document and I've looked at it so many times, I got a little cross-eyed trying to figure out where things went. And I know someone else reading from outside, it makes more sense that something be changed. So if people would just send me what you would specifically like, that would certainly make the next, the vote be a quicker situation, I think.
We've gone through conditions all the way up to number
good.
27. So then we could just send our comments over from 28 through 50, was it 56? 56.
What, on which portion?
Well,
And
on the
sometime over a
conditions.
cold beer.
Oh. So on the
Sometime
conditions,
over a cold beer, I will explain the advantage of having one-time charges made for condo operations. There's a very good reason why to do it one way and not the other.
Oh, Ed, I've got a lot of experience with condos.
so on the conditions portion, we've gone all the way through number 27, so everybody can send comments in from 28 to 56.
All right, and I will put in the changes
Sounds good.
we've discussed, but again, if people have specific wording that they would like changed anywhere within this document, please send.
I'd like to just say I'm sorry about that because I didn't think it was appropriate to do that.
Oh,
I
no,
thought we
please
had to
do.
do it as a group on this particular one.
No, I think it's fine if we have everybody submitting what they would like, and then I can assemble that and send that back out and people can check through it. I think it would be more efficient for your time.
That's fine, because I was under the same impression too, so I also thought that's how we had to handle it.
Yeah.
I think the deal is you can communicate with Noreen. You just can't you can't broadcast something to all the board members.
No,
Right.
but if
do
everybody
it
sends me
individually.
what they individually would like, I can assemble that.
Okay.
Right.
All right. And Noreen, you think should we put this on the next agenda or further down the road?
So you have 240Bs scheduled for October 1st.
All right, 10:15 it is.
So,
What's the following day, 21st or something?
well, I would propose October 15th, I think.
Okay,
All right, we'll put it on for them.
and we're fine deadline wise, correct?
Yeah, so apparently
Right.
COVID, that's all on hold. But, we obviously, I'm sure you've spent a lot of time on this. You'd like to get it wrapped up.
But at least COVID has a plus.
I haven't heard of many.
Yeah.
All right.
That's from the point of view of the applicant.
Correct.
All right, board discussion, management of abutter participation for Zoom hearings, anything new?
We have nothing further to say.
All right. Board updates, are there any?
I think James died.
He's with us. There he
There he
is.
is.
Any sort of board updates? Future agenda items?
I heard the chair got engaged.
I did. That's old news by now.
So I guess the only thing to do would be, well, we've hit it a couple times tonight, is to do something, even Attorney Clower suggested that we have something regarding these flood zones. That they understand what they need on the 50% rule, and when they're dealing with foundations, if it's concrete block, to expect to have some kind of an engineer letter in if they're gonna be adding second floors.
Right. And
I think
it's
that
that very specific project that's been coming up more and more often. I know before we've done it on a case-by-case basis, but I think maybe it's time to formalize that.
Yeah, I would agree.
So maybe that would be essentially a paragraph or something that you would add to your rules, because obviously people need to be advised that this is what you're looking for, and you don't really have a choice, I think, as these circumstances arise and you need information in order to make a decision. You're gonna
They have to do it anyway for the building
right,
permit.
try and
So
get in
why
front
not-
of that.
Why not why not get it out of the way? And then I mean, that sort of goes to Scott's point is, you don't have to
That's right.
do something with us, then go there, then they say,
Right.
no, they don't
Yeah.
like it, and they come back to us.
Yeah, I think they were primarily expecting that the board would vote and that then should there be a further requirement that those changes would come back to you, but
By design.
Exactly. Sometimes they go to point A, they get permitted, then they go to point B and say, hey, we have a permit from point
It's all
A.
right, it's all right with mom. I talked to dad already.
Yeah, exactly.
And we have got to get a handle on the late submittals, Terry. I don't know how, it's been a long issue, but ever since I've been around, it's been a tactic. And unless it bites back at them at some point, it's going to continue to happen.
Right. Well, that's something else maybe to formalize in our.
But we have
procedures.
formalized it.
Well, we have, it's in our
And put some teeth
procedures.
to it.
Well, the only way to put teeth in it is just say no.
Right.
I mean, it's in our
Risk and audit
procedures.
enforcement.
And
Continuance.
all the, at least that I know of, all the attorney representatives that we've had before us till now are all aware that it's a 1 week submittal. And very few of them have stuck to that. And I understand it's a problem for the applicant, but it's not a problem to us. We've told them in advance. The issue that I have is on something like that, and it could be minor, like a day like today and yesterday, I was out straight. So I just got
Same.
to review bits and pieces. And even if they told me that's what's in there, half the time they say what's in these files when I review them when I'm here is not what it says in the files.
Well,
The other-
because it's all open for their interpretation, whoever it benefits.
Yeah, and the other thing that we have to be very much aware of, it's very commonplace now for an applicant's representative to explain what the decision was with another department head that is not submitted to our file. And anytime that's been given from now, that's hearsay. They can say whatever they want. We cannot take what they've stated is what the department head has said, because I've had multiple situations now where it wasn't true. And you find out after the fact because we don't have enough time to check with them because they're telling them we have to rush the decisions.
And if you
And-
close the hearing, then the horse is out of the barn.
And you're stuck. Yeah,
Couldn't
you're
revisit
stuck.
it.
So if we stick to the fact that they need a 1 week submittal, and if they can't get the 1 week, that's fine. Send us in what they want for the continuation date. And then as far as if they've got an answer from a department head and it is not in our file, we cannot go over it unless it's submitted to us. If it was sent to them, they can submit it to us. But every time I've asked for that, they don't have the email. So if you're stuck to those basic procedures, it's going to change our whole scheduling.
And those instances would take 5 minutes.
And they'll disappear. They'll get
Move
used
on
to
to
it.
the next one where people were prepared, and it would only take a couple of times before the offenders came into line if they wanted their cases heard in a timely manner.
I mean, in all likelihood,
Both sides of this, right?
You know, we had one tonight that they didn't get the information in time. We heard it anyways, which was fine, but that hearing took an hour. And now we get to review a 40B draft, and we can't even get through the last 30 conditions on the draft because we spent the whole time on a case that shouldn't have been heard tonight.
Oh.
We should have done it next time. So we just have to stick to what the rules are, because every time we don't, they know they'll just ask for it again. And if we're gonna do that to
Called
one, guy, we
enforcement.
should do it to everybody.
All
I'm
right,
in
so maybe
agreement.
on our next date, we can include those revisions or.
Well, they're
to-
already there.
We're at the open Terry of each new case going forward. At least you're starting from Jump Street with them, so they have
Right,
warning. I mean, obviously you can't do it with cases that are already underway, in all fairness. But
right.
forward, especially on these big, long involved ones, if you lay down the law in your opening statements, then it's in the record.
And they can expect it. I mean, if the information is coming in 3 or 4 days, or they haven't got that week process, the moment that gets sent to the zoning board office, an email should just go out is because you haven't met the date, the board is going to need to continue the hearing. Because that's what our procedures allow for. They don't even have to come in. They can request the hearing date, Jane.
Well, once the COVID situation changes, you do have to worry about constructive grants. So it might not be quite so simple.
Well, you'd have to watch dates and things, but if they're using it to push the application so that you
Right.
don't have time to review the project, that's the problem.
But I
And that's
think,
their job.
that's what they have on their side is, there is a certain period of time we have to.
And we have
consider.
a denial on our side. If we don't
Yeah,
have
but they-
information to fairly look at it, then it gets denied and they can appeal it, and that will only take a couple times to happen.
Maybe.
Oh, what else is there? I
You
mean,
have to make it very clear in the record.
You've been
the
on the
reason for
board a
denial.
long time, Ken. How many times have you seen it done and used as a ploy to stretch
Yeah.
things and convolute things?
No, I think you're right. I do think sometimes in good faith, they may go to a town department and maybe it takes a while for people to get back to them. I mean, if we're asking for more information.
But that's the process, and everyone in the public has to deal with the same thing. I mean, there
Right.
shouldn't be special case scenarios. If everyone in the public has to deal with it, why should one applicant have a step up on somebody else?
All right. James, I think your audio was out a little bit there. You try to chime in.
I was just saying that if we're going to deny based on deviation from procedures, just need to make sure that the record is very well established about why we're denying.
Right.
So I can't see.
I think it would be lack of sufficient information.
And that's, I think, a judicially upheld reason, as long as we have
Correct.
sufficient findings as to why we made that decision.
All right. Anything else for board updates?
Yeah, it's almost tomorrow.
Motion to adjourn.
Oh, my
Can we
God.
adjourn?
So our next meeting is October 1st, but we do have that site visit next Thursday for the North Falmouth Highway 40B.
Yes. And the project engineer or et cetera will be there. So you are eligible to ask questions. You just cannot deliberate amongst each other.
Excellent.
So do we have a list of who is going to be there? Is it just the project engineer, or?
I believe I do have a reply. I don't have it in front of me. I'll double check for you though.
And make sure you bring a flashlight.
Send it to us.
Yes.
All right. That does it. All right. Meeting adjourned. See everyone next
Good night,
Thursday.
everybody.
Good night.
Thanks.